Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry, I know it's been a few days, eh? Hey Ray. Hey Christy. Christy says, "Oh yay, finally." Aw. B.O.B. So what do you guys want to talk about? When I did the title, I thought about this little bit of a video that I saw where I watched that Natasha, and she was heartbroken. She was actually heartbroken, like it was authentic, it was genuine. I don't think she was acting. I don't get it. Is that like Vogue or something to be going, oh, the recliner, oh, how dare anybody, how dare anybody talk about Natasha that way? And I don't even care who, but I think it's really interesting. When you look at the life that Natasha leads, she is engaged with her kids, engaged. They can walk right up to her and talk right to her, and she doesn't say, "Watch out." No, 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 I'm on the air. No, she sits right there and talks to him. She's real. She's authentic. And it is absolutely, yes, it is absolutely so disgusting that anybody would say anything close to the crap that's being said right now. I think somebody needs to do a human being reality check of looking in the mirror and going, you know what? Maybe I am just, you know what I'm saying? Like, do the people who say the bad things like that, do they ever look in the mirror and say, yeah, maybe I am kind of nasty in how I talk about people? Seriously? And they want to whine about us discussing a true crime case and caring about two small children who have that look of confusion and fear in their eyes in those videos, and we're the bad guys? Are you kidding me? Well, they sit there and try to fat shame, body shame. Who the hell are they? It is so ridiculous and disgusting and inhumane. I really think anybody who has taken part in that crap should be looking in the mirror and asking themselves if they want to be so evil. If that's just, is that by nature? Is that by choice? A little bit of both. Because even if it is their nature, they have a choice. They have a choice to apologize to Natasha and to everybody else they've harmed, and they have the choice to stop it. If their only content is trying to body shame others, it's pretty sad, especially when they make such claims of being so brilliant. You would think they could come up with some content about the actual cases on their own instead of trying to play mean girl to feel big about themselves. I have no idea how to say your name, so go ahead and spell it out for me phonetically if you want, as far as like tell me how you want me to say it. But good comment. I'm so shocked at the things that are said. There is no need to be body shaming Natasha. Natasha is diligent in taking care of seeing her doctor, taking her medication. She's on top of it. She is absolutely on top of it. I mean, come on. Christy, I didn't see that because I didn't watch any of the crap that's flying at Natasha. I just watched parts of Natasha's, so I didn't see that one. So is this the person who's attacking Natasha saying that the banana would want her if anybody? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Duh. Okay. I'll just call you Kim, except that might get confusing. So, Kimber, I'll just call you Kimber. That way you can flip back and forth. So, how are you guys doing? It's only been forever. Is there anything else newsworthy in the toxic little island called Watts? Yeah, there are a lot of Kims out there, aren't there? Kimber's good. I noticed that there was a Robbie video, I think, about him saying that he thought that it might have been scripted, that the husband of the year went flying down the stairs. And I thought it was interesting because his words were pretty much verbatim of our live chat, remember? I thought, not scripted, my bum. I'm like, whoa, that sounded familiar. And then there was a video, actually, the video that I saw was a video saying that he evidently was wrong. It was like against him for saying it. I'm thinking, well, he actually wasn't the one saying it. He just evidently needed content that day. Christy, let's see. Are you saying you did? You did? Did you get up on panel? Christy says, I had a big fight with Dave a few nights ago. Why did you have a fight with Dave? I thought everybody was like wrapping their arms around Dave because he's being called out by that Larry guy. No, he doesn't have panel. So you went into chat and you took him on? I actually went on Natasha's panel when I think there was a Jennifer who went on there. And when I was backstage waiting to go up there, I was actually going to say something like, I just want to say kudos to Jennifer for getting up there and saying what she wanted to say, even though it wasn't the popular thing to say. And then I'm sitting there listening, going, wait a minute, come on. This is kind of weird, right? Yeah, right. That's the Australian guy. Okay, here's Christy. Christy says, but I told him that he shuns me because he knows that I'm a fan of yours. Yeah, bring me into it, Christy. Bring me into it. Well, and here's the thing about Dave, which kind of pisses me off to be, hey, Susie, this live chat's your fault, Susie. I just want you to know. um, Christy's talking about going to that Dave's channel, and she said she told him that he shuns her because he knows that she's a fan of us here. Here's the thing about Dave. When he started, well, I'm sure it's not when he started, but when he started this round acting like he cares about the case of Christopher Watts, I actually went up on his panel and I only found him to be super raunchy and against women like 2 or 3 times. And that was after I had already found him to be pleasant and everything, right? And then after that, I thought, ooh, that's a disappointment, right? And then there was a little bit of a falling out, and whoever I think her name's Tia, whoever she is, she of course started attacking, and then Dave did an attack video that was really nasty and against women. And I don't know if maybe my radar might be swirling just because of the whole toxicity across the board. But have you guys found any men yet who are pretending to discuss the case of Christopher Watts who aren't anti-woman? Have you found any man who has a channel talking about, or I should say pretending to talk about the case of Christopher Watts, who aren't downright angry at women? I can't think of one. If you look at AD, he says some of the most ridiculous things against women. Dave says a lot of ridiculous things against women. All of them do. All of them do. It's like, wow, a lot of woman haters on Watts Island, that's for sure. And then the women, they're as bad or worse, which brings us back to the fact that Natasha's sitting there in tears. And I don't blame her. On what planet, and I'm not saying Planet Watts, but on what planet is it okay for any channel creator to come right out of the chute, not even knowing Natasha? It isn't like they were best buddies and had a falling out, so they're spitfiring each other, right? And even that's not okay, but it's not like they just got into some kind of tussle and they're being stupid. No, it's like, again, I keep telling you guys, it's an organized attack. There are scripts. It's planned. All of it. Now, granted, they never seem to be able to follow the plan because they all go rogue on each other and think they're going to be famous stars. But what they're doing with that kind of content, to be attacking Natasha like that, that is scripted bullshit, is what it is. It's scripted bullshit. And Natasha was crying, and I think she was actually crying. I don't think she was part of the bullshit. I don't. And I say kudos to Natasha for sitting right up there and taking it right on. I just feel heartbroken for her that she's being attacked like that. I think it's disgusting. So disgusting. Oh, yuck. Susie, does he really do that? The see you next Tuesday? Yeah. Well, he's like more passive with his woman hating, but he hates women. And that Dave is a lot more aggressive with his woman hating. But there are others. I mean, I guess the way to discuss this would be to say, tell me one man on Watts Island who doesn't hate women. And I'm not going to say, oh, well, gee, this one has this girlfriend or that one has that girlfriend and they act this and they act that. I think they're supposed to act like they care about women and, women's issues and women's rights. But it comes out in the way they talk. It comes out and it's like, ew. There's just nothing quite as creepy as a man who has mommy issues, especially when they're in their 60s or 70s, right? At some point along the way, you'd think they might have seen a counselor about it. Here's something I want to do. I want to say something about an issue, not about a person. And I'm not going to say anything about any person's name. I want to talk about an issue. You know how it's the actions that bother us, not the thought of whether or not the person is good, bad, or evil or whatever, but whether or not the actions committed by that person are what we're looking at going, ooh, right? But there was a certain someone, and I'm not going to say who, and we're not going to say who in the chat. This is totally a generic conversation. There was a certain someone who was discussing a past crime that he committed. And I actually advocated for support for him because, and I'm not saying to support his actions at all, but support for the opinion that people shouldn't be dragging that up and trying to make him out to be some kind of a bad guy, because it happened a long time ago. That's one good thing. And I think that this whole, people digging crap up on each other, let's face it, had he not said a word at all, we would have no way of knowing if any of it was true, right? Had he not said anything at all about it, we'd be going, yeah, everyone's saying bad things about everyone. So I do think it adds to his credibility that he did speak of it, that he did openly talk about it. But here's the thing, and I'm not trying to say this to say anything negative. At all about him as a person. I think he has a lot of really good qualities. But in his discussion of what occurred, there was a lot of anger. There was, I think, some hidden rage. And I think what did occur, I think was wrong. And I think that I'm not even sure how many years later it was, of course, that he's now talking about it. But why is there still so much anger and rage years later, right? And maybe that anger and rage was actually pointed at the people who are trying to bring it up to try to make him look bad or something. But my take on it when he was talking about it was he did not accept responsibility for his actions at the time. And that's the issue that I think is important to discuss. If he grabbed someone and she told her husband and he got arrested and convicted, that is sexual assault, right? I think that's what he was convicted of. I'm not sure, because when they fight like they do, the facts are kind of slim, right? We aren't sure what really happened. But the fact is, the days of men being able to just grab have been long over, right? I mean, maybe 50, 60, 70 years ago, they grabbed if they felt like they could be so cocky. And maybe women didn't feel like they could speak up. But who would grab a woman? If you think that some woman's interested in you, do you think grabbing her breast is the way to say, hey, you want to do dinner? I'm sorry, but pretty much I think if someone's grabbing a woman's breast as an intro, uh, like, I don't know. And that's the piece of this issue that I think is important is I don't know that he knows that it's absolutely wrong what he did. Instead, what I heard was that, well, he thought that they were into each other, kind of, they were coworkers, they were flirting back and forth, that kind of thing. You know, that gets us right to the issue of, does no mean no, right? So that part, that little issue really kind of does bug me. And on the other hand, it did happen so long ago. I think what bugs me equally, I would say, is that other channel creators are trying to somehow make that a big issue. Who does anybody think they are to be putting stuff like that out there? And I think it was Natasha who said that the guy who put it out there is like, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Like almost like threatening that he was going to tell, right? How flipping immature can you be? How insecure can you be? How severely lacking in content are you if your focus is Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. You know? And again, we're back to like Natasha's tears in her video after being called those terrible, terrible names. How old are these people? How old are they? Because I don't know. I know 10, 12-year-olds who would never act like that. So what's their excuse? What's their excuse to themselves when they're looking in the mirror? How do they justify intentionally and maliciously trying to harm other people? Oh, wow, you guys are talking faster than me here. Sorry, let me go flipping. Okay, let's see. I just read Susie's comment as saying Lisa is absolutely crazy. And I'm like, Susie, no, she isn't. And then I looked at it more closely and it says, Lisa, it's absolutely crazy. And LO has been out of control. Is LO the guy who said, don't make me do it? Don't make me do it. Is that LO? Or no? Oh. LO is banana, I think. Is LO banana? Lisa says she has unsubscribed from a lot of creators last week because I cannot deal with this bullshit. Lisa, that's exactly where I have been like staring in disbelief at some of the crap. And I think, how can these people be watching this crap? Like, I must be different than a lot of people because I can't stand the sound of certain voices. It's like, ew, you know? Ew, I don't even want to hear the sound of the voice. And then the hatred and the vindictive nature and just the evilness, it just like emanates, right? It just floats right. Ugh. It's like gross, icky. I don't think hatred is, it shouldn't, I would hope, be anything to ever drive a channel. But that seems to be what they're doing. I think, though, to be fair, instead of blaming the case of Christopher Watts for everything, I think the people who are acting evil right now, I think they've been evil all along. And you know how the whole thing has gone where I was being attacked before I even knew I was being attacked, and before I even had a YouTube channel, and before I even heard of this flipping case. Well, the people we're talking about were directly involved with targeting me for attack. And one of the people that we're talking about, the one who was so hurtful and mean to Natasha, on October 13 of 2020, October 13 of 2020, we're talking over 2 years after the attacks against me were first started. And in her group, I was being threatened. I was being doxxed. My home addresses were doxxed in her group. My employer was doxxed in her group. My children were doxxed in her group. That is where the attacks began against my family and me. They were in other groups, and I contacted the group admins and said, please clean those up. That's disgusting. And the other groups did clean those up. But there were two. And then when Plunder went online on YouTube, Same thing. It was a flippin' breeding ground for doxing, hatred, violent threats. It was a breeding ground. And if you're a channel creator or if you're a Facebook admin and you allow that crap, then guess what? You're a scumbag attacker. So it's not like I was all that surprised when I saw that part of the video with Natasha saying some of the stuff and then she started crying. Some of the evil crap that they've said and done, it's disgusting. But on October 13, and why I keep saying this with emphasis is because it was so long after this crappy case even hit the headlines, right? Over 2 years after this crappy case hit the headlines, that channel creator who's calling Natasha all sorts of nasty called my house. Called my house. She wasn't sure, I guess, at the time if I was at this house or at the other one. She called my house in the middle of the night at I think it was 1:07 a.m. 1:07 a.m. Most of us are sleeping at 1:07 a.m. And most of us have families, right? And most of us, when we get a call at 1:07 a.m., have that moment where we think, oh my goodness, what's happened, right? When your phone rings in the middle of the night, your home phone rings in the middle of the night over 2 years after the case of Christopher Watts hits the headline news, and the people who are so engaged with trying to be the only group or the only channel talking about it, right? And your phone rings, you do have that, even if it's a split second, where you're worried about those you love, just in case it's a call, from the hospital or whatever, right? It's a split second. It might be a 30-second thought as you're making your way to the phone, right? 1:07 a.m. She called my house. The same creator who is attacking Natasha called my house in the middle of the night, and she used a robo voice to disguise, of course, to hide her identity, right? I mean, that's mature all on its own. And then she did it a second time. And then she did it a third time at 1:07 a.m. 3 calls in the middle of the night using a robo voice to hide her identity. And the robo voice said, of course, it's this weird voice, which is alarming. The voice said that if I don't stop harassing them, they're going to sue me for defamation. Or no, sue me for harassment. Yeah, I can't remember for sure. I think it was sue me for harassment. I have never harassed her or anybody. Yet her and her little pack of evil scumbag attackers have been harassing me, my family, my children, my employers. They have been promoting hatred and harassment against me and my family and my children and my employers, right? One of her closest friends posted photos of my grandchildren. One of her closest friends harassed my children by phone. lying about me. One of her closest friends filed a false police report against me, saying that I'm harassing her. One of her closest friends, many of her close little pack of evils, call the police regularly to say I'm harassing them. I have never harassed them or anybody. And over 2 years after they started attacking me, over 2 years after they started recruiting others to attack me, over 2 years after they started making comments like, I can't believe she hasn't committed suicide yet, over 2 years after they were talking about actually trying to get a group together to travel to my area so that the day that I was scheduled to speak at the annual ADR conference, they were discussing actually getting in my way between the parking garage and the conference center. Over 2 years after their planned attack, when they targeted me to be attacked, over 2 years later, she decided it would be a good idea to pick up her phone and to make 3 harassing phone calls to my home phone in the middle of the night, accusing me of doing exactly what she was doing to me, to my family, to my employers, along with her friends, who she either told them to do it or they jumped right on board. Pretty disgusting stuff. So when Lisa said that she unsubscribed from a lot of creators last week, that is, in my opinion, the healthy human reaction to this baloney that's been going on. If you know that a person has picked up their phone in the middle of the night and tried to figure out how to do the robo voice app, whatever it's called, 3 times, 3 phone calls in a row in the middle of the night. If you know that about a channel creator, how can you believe anything they say? How can you want to hear any word they say? How can you engage with any conversation or, in this whole idea of critical thinking? Well, let's think critically. Let's think critically. Do you care what the opinion is that a woman holds who thinks it's okay to harass other women in the middle of the night with harassing phone calls? Do you even, think critically. We haven't known it was her. And you know how we know it was her? Because she evidently didn't realize that her phone number would be played at the beginning of her crappy robocall message. Her phone number was played. And then, being a bit, I would say, naive, I actually thought, there's no way, right? There's no way that a person making a call like that would be so stupid to put their phone number in it, right? And when I saw the area code, I thought, oh, you know what's going on? You guys are going to laugh at me. My first thought was that somebody is trying to make it look like it was her. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, nobody could be that stupid. So my first thought was, somebody is using this number with the same area code as her that she has to try to make it look like she's the one who's harassing me in the middle of the night. So I went ahead and messaged her and said, I just want to let you know, or something like that. I'm not sure how I said it, but these calls came in and I think they're trying to make it look like it's you, right? Miss Naive, can't stand her. I think she's as evil as they come, but I wanted her to know that it looked like somebody was trying to make it look like it was her, right? And of course, being evidently, I think, as intentional as she was and as malicious as she was in her engagement, she said, yes, it was me. And then she said I was harassing her. She sent some kind of comment or whatever, and she said, this is you. And of course, it wasn't. I think she has kind of this delusion that people actually do watch her and are interested in hearing what she has to say. I mean, in addition to any of the subs that she may be purchasing regularly. So she put it right out there that, yeah, that was me. Yeah. Cause look at, this is you, you know, it's the same thing that the avocado did. I had never even heard of the avocado. This is part of their bullshit, is that they sit there and go, oh, you're harassing me. Avocado did the same thing. She had a shit video put out. That's the first I ever heard of her, where she's going, Mensa, I'm done. You know, it was the one I think we normally refer to it as, I'm coming for you, Mensa, right? She was having her little personal meltdown, claiming that I was in her comment threads harassing her. Again, I don't harass people. That's number one. Number two, why the hell would I be engaging with her? Seriously. She's not talking about the case, and all of her claims about all of her qualifications, sorry. It's actually kind of cute. She started off saying she was licensed and certified. She was a licensed and certified advocate, right? As if there's any such thing. So why would I have a discussion with her? What would we have to discuss? Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't smoke pot. I don't threaten people. I'm not into whether or not I need to, you know, touch up my roots, right? I don't color my hair. So she and I would have nothing to talk about at all, ever. And I don't like short-tempered people. I don't. But that's the same BS that she pulled, was pretending to her subs, however many of them are actual people, I don't know, in addition to the ones that she may or may not purchase, that she was being harassed by me. If you've been around even for just a week, let alone 3 years, then you know I don't go out there harassing people at all. I'm too busy trying to figure out how to do that thing where you can put the video thingy on the thingy and whatever. I could care less about whatever their routine is on who's talking to who this week or last or next. But that's the lie they pull, that they claim, oh, she was harassing me. Oh, she has so many people working for her. Oh, it's a cult. And she has so many people who are, bullshit. They know it. You know what? They know it. They know it's just me, myself, and I. They know it. And it pisses them off to no end that they have to have 20 or 30 or 40 people telling them what to say, writing their words for them, applauding them because their fragile their fragile egos can't handle making it through the day or the night without having a bunch of fake people sitting around going, oh, good job. Oh, yeah, good job. And it pisses them off to no end that they have tried for 3 years to have me begin to feel like, oh, gee, they're so brilliant and I'm so stupid. It pisses them off to no end. They have literally, and I'm quoting their words, attempted to destroy my life. And it pisses them off to no end that I'm sitting here now saying, yeah, October 13, 2020, the same woman who is absolutely out of line with how she's talking to Natasha called my home 3 times, beginning at 1:07 a.m., using a fake robo voice, thinking she was really smart. I bet she was critically thinking about how to make that phone call. And she didn't think about removing her phone number. I'm going to scroll down here. Yes, Kimber. I spoke about that, about missing the cues. That I'm glad you brought that up because that was actually, and again, we're talking actions, not people, okay? But I didn't know about any autism or being on the spectrum. I didn't, or if I thought that, I didn't connect that. That is a really good issue all on its own. And that's also about our own responsibility. If we are going to be flirty, okay, if we are going to be acting like we might be interested in dating a coworker or whatever, then yeah, that's it's all about that personal responsibility and setting healthy boundaries for ourselves. I do think that is not only how the incident could have occurred to begin with, but I also think that's how it was that he spoke about it. Because I think a lot of people would have said, yeah, whatever, say what you got to say, up yours, whatever. But he really felt a need to speak on it. And I think that might be stemming also from that, to have that, to do what he could do to have that under control, meaning to have the issue under control. Christy says, please don't make us play the game. You mean the one where we say the nice things about someone? Well, remember when we played the game? We came to that name and I'm like, nope, not going to happen. And I felt bad later because there I was to Paula saying about the avocado, come on, you can think of something nice, right? And then it came to the one who's been attacking me from day one. And I'm like, nope, not going to happen. So that wasn't fair. But I'm disgusted by her behavior for nearly 3 years straight. I'm disgusted by plunder. I'm disgusted by all the little friends. I'm disgusted by all the crap that they've tried to pull. I think they're an embarrassment to the human race, in my opinion. And I think that definitely there are at least 3 or 4 of them who should have been banned from any social media over 3 years ago. Okay, Kimber. Okay. Kimber is saying no, he did, as in he did take responsibility. He was embarrassed that he missed her cues. But, I didn't hear him say what I did was wrong. I didn't hear him say that he has learned that he needs to learn, whatever, or that he learned. I didn't, what I heard, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm just me. But what I heard was him coming up with a really good list of excuses and also kind of blaming the fact that her husband was a police officer, or I think she had a police officer in her family or something. Kind of acting like, well, if that wasn't the case, then it wouldn't have gone anywhere. And that was just kind of my impression of how he presented that. that I thought, well, then thank God her husband was a police officer, because women do deserve to be heard. Men deserve to be heard. Anybody who has been inappropriately touched deserves to be heard, you know? So it's kind of weird for me, because I mean, I think there are a couple, three different issues wrapped up into one. Okay, Ray says I'm confused. I think that means I'm confusing you then. So tell me what your confusion is, and I'll try to not confuse you any further on it. Christy says someone, won't say their name, have posted a ton of videos about all the violent crimes he's been convicted of. What? What? Okay, don't say their name, but are we talking about the Australia guy, where there's one crime that was committed many years ago? Is that the one? Ooh, Ray's eating cake while the baby's with daddy. Ray, girl, you know how to live. Ray says, sorry about the football, Susie. Right, Summer Breeze. I think so. But if Asperger's is the defense to sexual assault, mm-mm. Hey, Mrs. J-Dub. Susie says, one would have a broken jaw if a male did that to me. I would say at this time frame, obviously that's assault, and I would have to say Susie. But, you know, you guys, I'm a lot older than you are. And back in the late 70s and early 80s, if you didn't slap their face, then you were not a nice girl, right? Anybody touching your body, if you didn't smack them hard with a good slap across the face, then you were not a good girl. But you can't slap anymore. You'd get arrested. Okay, Christy, so you're saying that there are other charges, other convictions? Seriously? Then that's a whole nother discussion. Okay, Susie says, Mensa, you're way behind. You got that right, girl. You got that right. Okay. I think she meant in the comments, but maybe not. Ooh, Truth Asylum's got some stuff to talk about. Go ahead and talk about it, Truth Asylum. I love it. I didn't think it was Fayetteville, though. Was it? That's not what I was told. Oh, Kimber says those allegations were false. Susie says he's full of SHIT, but I don't know who he is. Let's see. Who needs another car? Happy Angie. I am way behind, you guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. I am way behind. Oh, sorry, you guys. Okay, I'll stop talking and I'm going to find out where we were, and then I'll try to catch up really quick. Truth Asylum says, you sound unhinged, Mensa. Yeah, Truth Asylum, you're such a sweetheart. Let's see here. Christy's volunteering to be the door bitch. That's cute. Yeah, just say so. Anybody say so, but you definitely say it. I think this is hilarious. I went ahead and blocked this idiot, obviously. I should have put the comment up there before. I didn't put it up there before I blocked the idiot. They posted another comment saying, the one who said unhinged, said that I'm too afraid to say Avocado's name. You know what, Tard? I am not afraid to say somebody's name. I like the name Avocado. I think it's a good name. And if you think it through, you might realize why. I think maybe the Mr./Mrs. Leotard should probably take their meds and try to get some sleep. Even though it's morning where they live, they should probably take their meds and at least sleep for a few hours instead of running manic for 3 or 4 days straight. We'll call the Truth Asylum Leotard, or maybe Leo for short. I like that. Just like the word avocado, just like banana. Now Truth Asylum gets to be called Leo. Okay, I see the boots. Is that for the Leo? Because Leo's gone. Happy Angie says trolls wake up early. They're not really trolls. They're part of everything that we were just talking about. They don't really wake up early. They stay up all night and then they cheer each other on for how long they can go without sleep, without realizing that that's probably not a good idea for them to be doing. And then they joke with each other that they can't remember if they took their pills or not, or how many they took. Kimber hasn't figured out who the avocado is. Are you kidding? Where have you been, Kimber? Truth Asylum is Leo, Christy. They just posted a bunch of smack. They don't like it when we talk about their quote unquote good friend. Okay, now back to the thing that you guys were saying. Oh, wait, let me scroll up here. Happy Angie says, apparently you're being sued. Yeah, apparently not. Ray says, you're so far behind. You've now been sued. Really? Because the countersuit would be very interesting. Very interesting. And I hope that whoever is saying that they're suing me is familiar with the term spoliation. Okay, so you guys are saying that there are people making videos claiming that that one guy has a lot more criminal convictions than he actually has? And it looks like they're using people from out of the country to make those accusations against him. Happy Angie says that I'm being sued next week, taking me to court next week. If you would, Happy Angie, go ahead and send whatever screenshots you have about that crap. Not that I'm concerned about whether or not he's filing whatever, but it's all good information to have, because I think it's been about, what, how many years that my name and my life and my career and my family have been slandered and defamed intentionally and maliciously. So if you have any of that information, feel free to email it to me. And don't you think it's interesting that I haven't been online for a long time? Have you guys noticed that, how that seems to happen? When I'm super busy, then I'm not, doing a lot of live chats or putting up a lot of videos or anything. It always seems to me that when I'm not active on social media, that my name comes up a lot more. I remember when I removed all the videos, totally removed them, and the attacks increased tenfold. Like, oh, good, she's too busy this month, so we'll go ahead and use her name and attack her even more because it gets us a lot of good viewers. Happy Angie said all the comments were redacted. Yeah, I think it was October 7th of 2018, I think was when the threats of suing me. Well, I bet they were going on before that, but I think that's the first one I remember. I'm sure there were more before that. I don't know. I don't plow through all of this stuff, and I can't remember everything. But anyway, and just, I guess, to say for the fun of saying it, I haven't done anything wrong. So if somebody wants to sue me when I haven't done anything wrong, I'm thinking that wouldn't make any sense. Here's Seeking the Truth with Dave. Good. Okay, good. He can clear this up. Seeking the Truth with Dave says, I was in Europe caddying in golf tournaments when that person was convicted in 1992. What are you talking about, Dave? And remember, I don't know what's going on. All I know at this point, and I'm even slow on the comment threads, so I'm not even sure what's been said before. But what I know at this point is simply that you had a coworker that you touched inappropriately. I think it was her husband was a cop. You got convicted. It was many, many years ago. And then some other channel creator was like, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. And then he put it out there. And if you've listened to this video, if you've listened to this live chat, I have had like 3 different things about this situation where I'm saying that I do think that the whole possibility of being on the spectrum would have, that was news, I guess, that I thought that would make sense, that it would all make sense as far as not really maybe reading for sure, especially if there's flirting and stuff, right? Okay. But, and I'm going to be really, really direct with you, okay? How can I say this? I didn't believe, not believe, wrong word. I didn't hear a sincere acknowledgement that what you did was wrong. What I heard, it was when you were talking with Natasha, and what I heard was a lot of excuses about what you did. And what I would be looking for would be that you had a sincere awareness, belief, regret, whatever word, fill in the blank, that what you did was absolutely wrong. You see what I'm saying? So I wanted to put that right out there too. And then people in chat were talking about how there's a channel creator who is saying that there's a whole bunch of other convictions. And I didn't know about that. I apologized to her instantly. And that's great. That's wonderful. I'm talking about when you were talking to Natasha about it, that it was kind of like there was like an excuse for it, as opposed to simply saying, hey, what I did was wrong. I was out of line. I felt bad for it. I apologized to her instantly. And I regret that I did that. I've learned. I've, learned from that experience. I feel, terrible. She must have felt terrible when it happened, whatever, right? I'm just putting it out there. That was just my take on it. I'm just reading here. And when we started talking this morning too, I was talking about how I feel really bad for Natasha because she should not be treated that way at all. And I think when you have a channel creator with as many subscribers as Natasha has, and they're active subscribers, you can tell they're people actually, interested in hearing what she has to say, then it kind of makes sense that she's being attacked. I'm not saying it's right, but I think the people who are on the attack and who have been on the attack right from the start, immediately after the case hit the headline news, and they chose their targets and jumped right in, I think they just want to be the only channel, or they only want to have 2 or 3 channels, right? They want to control what's out there. They want to be the only one. So they look around and say, okay, who is better than I am? All you got to do is take a look at their content, figure out where they're getting their content, who it is they're copying, and it's going to be their next victim because they want to be the only ones. And if they see someone like Natasha who has such a big following, then they're going to be feeling threatened by her very presence. I love this person. I've never seen this person ever comment in the chat before, but Karen says, stop and listen. Go to Dave's page and watch his video. Then you make up your mind or make your mind up. Oh, okay. So I'm going to watch one video by one person and okay, everyone just go have a cup of coffee and we're going to stop this live chat because Karen has such a good idea. We're going to go watch Dave's video. And then whatever he says, we're going to just go ahead and, let that be our thought process from that point forward. Hey, 3 of a kind, I'm here. I don't know. I kind of thought with Dave being right in the chat that maybe we could discuss it, Karen, but thanks for, I'm reading. Mrs. J-Dub says it best. People make mistakes. I'm so over this whole cancel culture. I know it. What I don't like, though, is this stuff like last night. I don't know when it took place. I think it was last night where Natasha's sitting there crying because of people saying mean things about her. We should never be at the point where somebody is saying mean things to somebody else. They don't even know. Natasha made the point she had never spoken with that person at all. And she's calling her the weirdest names. It's like, how sad is that? How sad is that? And, you know, Natasha has made the point a lot. It's about who you are on the inside. And I agree with that. It's like, who's attractive? Out of those two, who's attractive? Well, I certainly hope that we still live in a society where the attractive one of those two is the one who was made to cry. I hope she's the attractive one, not for crying. I'm saying that whole body shaming thing is bull. And that's the least attractive thing that any person could do. Well, I'm sure there are a lot of other very unattractive things, but you know what I'm saying. Here's Real Justice saying, hi, MM. Uh-oh, Dozy Dave the Groper is a criminal. Uh-oh, Real Justice is here, Dave. Watch out. Dave, if you're still here and if Real Justice wants to, you guys want to hop up on the panel and duke it out? You can if you want. I mean, duke it out in a friendly manner. Yeah, Susie says, don't hold back, Real. If you guys want to discuss it, I'm cool with that. Totally fine with me. Mrs. J-Dub. Here we go. NC called me dumb and blocked me. What? She unblocked me a few days later. All I did was ask about her true crime channel during her drama channel live. Aww. Okay, Christy wants to know what your theory is on the case, Real Justice. Okay, and Kimber has a message for Seeking the Truth with Dave. Miss Mensa has just heard the rumors. Just calmly work it out. It's your chance to resolve it once again. That's all. Oh, Dave left a comment for you above Miss Mensa. Let's see here. I'm scrolling. Hold on. Seeking the Truth with Dave. If you read my comments, I have answered you. Okay. Well, evidently I haven't read the comments. So let's scroll. Seeking the Truth with Dave. That is not what she is saying. Don't be so condescending to Karen. Oh, brother. Is that it? Is that the only comment? I'm scrolling. Here it is. Seeking the Truth with Dave. I did a video on it on my channel. I was a wreck. Okay. Seeking the Truth with Dave. No, I was responding to Jennifer Green. Okay. And then I saw the one that Dave said, I apologized to her instantly. Okay. Kimber says he's just frustrated. It won't go away. He has to address it all the time. I don't think he has to address it at all. I think he has to be cool with it himself and talk about the case of Christopher Watts. I mean, just ask yourself in the morning when you think, okay, what am I going to do today? If you're going to make a video, you know, ask yourself, are you going to discuss the case or are you going to react to a bunch of morons? I'd say just make a video discussing the case and just like say whatever. What? Real Justice says this places Nick in the backseat. Oh, you're talking about your theory? Three of a Kind says, Susie, I was called out. Okay, Dave, do you want to come up? You're welcome to if you want to. And Real Justice, you're welcome to come up too if you want to. I mean, anybody's welcome to come up. Just be nice. Christy says, I think part of it was because I told Dave a few things yesterday and chat. I was a fan of yours. He admitted that they were talking among themselves during my chat convo about me. Huh. Okay, just drop the link, you guys. If anyone wants to come up on the panel and say what you want to say, that's fine with me. I just want everyone to be nice. If you want to come up and talk about how you feel about Natasha being reduced to tears over the insults against her, I think that would be interesting to hear your take on it. And what can we do about it? You know, how do we react to that as a community? Do we stand up against it and say enough already? Do we give Natasha some virtual hugs and say, we know what attractive is, and it certainly is not that, right? I love it. I'm sitting here with the link and the thingy, and nobody's clicking it so that I can keep talking and talking, and everyone's going to be, Mensa said this and Mensa said that. Come on, you guys. Get your butts up here and talk. Oh, whoa. Christy says, I think he may have been spying on me. What? Yes, very good point, Kimber. It's like Natasha said, words do hurt. And the sad thing is, they're intended sometimes. The intention of the person speaking the words. The intention is malicious. The intention is to hurt somebody. And that's really the saddest part of all. Ray says nobody would understand my accent. Oh, come on. Challenge us to it. Come on. Get your butt up here. You had some cake, so you've got some good sugar going on. Susie will understand you, Ray. She has a good accent, too. I love how you guys are talking about this whole theory. I'm reading it going, huh? Ooh, real justice. You might want to delete that comment, sweetie. Real Justice says I'm king of this case. Yeah, right, Real Justice. When did you come on board? When did you start discussing the case? King Justice. King Justice. When did you start discussing the case? December 2018. Ooh, wow. There was a lot discussed between August and December, Real Justice. A lot went on. Oh, you started talking about it on Jay's channel? I've seen some of your videos and I think they're really interesting, but I don't think you're the king of the case, sweetie. So what? Real Justice says Discovery was released on November 30th, So what? There was a heck of a lot going on long before Discovery. And Discovery is only part of the picture. So if you're basing your king of the case on jumping on board after the Discovery was released, there's a lot more information out there than anything in the Discovery. So did you start in December or did you start on November 30th? Ask you anything? Okay, what was the opening paragraph of the first book written on the case? Seeking the Truth with Dave says, respectfully, Kimber, I'm not talking about it anymore. And Dave, I think that's exactly what you should do. I think you should just say, like, even if you don't say a word, just mentally flip off whoever wants you to. And I'm not saying Kimber should be mentally flipped off. I'm saying if anyone wants to talk about it, just mentally flip them off and talk about the case. That's a good question, Happy Angie. Here's another question for you, Real Justice. What was the college that SW claims she attended? Real Justice says, I never read any books. Well, that wasn't really the question. The question was, what was the first paragraph of the first book written on the case? Because that first paragraph is a huge part of this case. Name one book you think has credibility. It's called Drastic Measures, the case of Christopher Watts. Real Justice says college means nothing. That means Real Justice does not know the answer. Which is fine. You don't have to know the answer to everything, but I think if you're going to say you're the king of the case, you probably should know the answers to this stuff. Christy says to Dave, I didn't mean any harm, Dave. This channel and mean a lot to me, and your channel comes second. Summer Breeze says, leave Dave alone, Real. Dave says, Real, are you perfect? I think Dave and Real should come up on the panel. I do. I really do. Real says, deal with evidence in the case, Guess what, Real? That's exactly what both of those questions were directly pertaining to. And I'm not saying, again, that you don't make good videos. You do. You do a good job. But that whole king of the case routine, I'd drop that, I think. Coming on board after the Discovery hit isn't exactly since the case started. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Dave, get your butt up here. Come on, Real, get your butt up here. Exactly, Real. Books are someone else's opinion, and sometimes those opinions are very interesting. Real says, I'm the king. Okay, king, come on up on the panel. Exactly, Mrs. J-Dub. Lots of Tylenol. Christy says, and Benadryl. Hey, Real, you want to come on up on the panel? I guess, repeating that you're the king over and over again doesn't really add anything to the discussion. Susie says, discovery means Jack, S-H-I-T, just like the autopsy. Mrs. J-Dub says, need a haircut? Seeking the Truth says, I'm not coming up. I'm shattered and not well. Thank you anyway. Well, Dave, please don't be shattered, because you know what? It's just like Natasha's crying last night. The problem isn't with you. The problem isn't with Natasha. The problem is with people who think that it's really cool to try to make you cry or try to make you shattered. You know what I'm saying? Real says, ask me anything, right? Not coming up on the panel. Nope, ask me anything. But when we ask real questions, then we're told that it doesn't matter. Happy, he said, or she said, which I think it's a she, that it doesn't matter, that college doesn't matter, which means that Real doesn't know which college it was. Real says, what's your question? The question is, what college did SW claim she attended? And again, Real avoids answering the question. Instead of saying, honestly, I don't know the answer to your question, Real says, how does her college matter in this murder case? Explain in detail. Explain, EXPALIN. I think personally that if real justice is not aware of why it would matter in this case, then it kind of supports what we're saying, that coming on board long after the discovery is not exactly placing you in the position of king of the case. Real, you're going to have to stop with the insults, seriously, because you're welcome to be here. You are very welcome to discuss the case. You're not welcome to be here just to try to attack somebody else. I want to get back to this thing, seriously, because there is an adult woman who is sitting there in tears during her live chat. We need to care about that. Real justice says you never show evidence, you just say your opinion. Well, it is good that you realize that what I say is my opinion, right? And so you tell me, how long have you been a true crimer? And are you aware that true crimers discuss their opinions? That's what we do. That's how we discuss true crime cases. Christy says, what about the Munchausen elements? Mrs. J-Dub says, thoughts on threatening a haircut reel? I just went ahead and blocked Real because Real has been insulting Dave. Real has now insulted Natasha. And that's what I was talking about when I started this live chat. Is like, this is not okay. This is not okay. And I'll tell you why the insults were flying. Because evidently the content is slim. If you can't discuss the case, if you don't know the details, if you don't have your opinions yet formed, come on. You got to jump to insulting other people? No. Ask questions, discuss the case. have whatever opinion you want to have on the case. But telling me that another channel creator needs Jenny Craig, using a stupid nickname for another channel creator, that isn't discussing the case. That's saying, I would think what that's really telling us is that person didn't like our questions because that person has no clue what the answers are. Do you guys remember when that one guy jumped up on the panel and he was all, basically, I think he was here just to try to divert attention away from us having a good discussion. And he was claiming he knew everything, right? And I think we asked him the question, I'm trying to think. I think one of the questions was, what was Cece's birthday, her date of birth? And the guy didn't have a clue. And that's the same thing he tried, was like, what does that matter? Well, it matters. If you don't know, then that means you don't know the case. And it's okay if you don't know, then say that you don't know. But it also tells those of us who do know the answers to a lot of our questions, how long you've been taking a look at the case and how far you've dug into the case too. I agree with you, Miss Badsker. I think there's a lot of evil going on. I think there's a lot of evil going on. And if you guys are like me, you say a prayer for protection when you deal with any of this crap, because there's so much evil. And if they say they'll pray for you, rebuke them immediately. Three of a Kind says, I have a question. No shade to you at all. Just genuinely curious. Why do you talk with and defend Natasha? She's the biggest SBA of them all and brings every bit of backlash she gets upon herself. I disagree, Three of a Kind. I disagree. I don't like how Natasha is connected to so many of the scumbag attackers. And I said that right to her face. This isn't anything I haven't said right to her face. The fact that she is connected to so many of the scumbag attackers makes me, I mean, you know, you're known by who you hang with, right? So that part I don't like, but I can tell by her interactions with her children and by her own statements and her own reactions to people she's speaking with that she is a real person. She's authentic. She is not just out there trying to hurt somebody. And so far from what I've seen, although keep in mind, she was saying stuff based on what people were telling her that wasn't how it was at the time. I think, remember that time we were doing a live chat and she was mad at me and people were saying, saying this and that, and I wasn't saying this and that. And she was taken off as if I had, you know, Natasha and I are not friends. We've never spoken outside of whatever on YouTube. But I do think she's above the rest. I think that she is a genuine person. I think she actually does have really good relationships with her kids. I think she deserves to be treated with respect. And from what I've seen so far, she doesn't go after other people. What she does is she calls people out when they go after her. Christy says that MM and NC go back and forth with their opinions of each other. That is true. That is true. And it's not that we're like waffling as much as we're like, some days we get along really good and some days we're like, what? So, well. Good. Three of a Kind says that stuff was uncalled for. Good. I agree with that. I don't, rush home in the door in the evening and say, oh, gee, I can't wait to go listen to a Natasha live chat or anything. It's not like that at all. But when I hear that part where she's crying after reading those mean things being said about her, I'm going to stand next to Natasha on that one for sure. And I think that the idea that the daughter, do you remember when people were attacking her daughter? That one really got me too, that I just thought, how can people think that's okay? And quite frankly, her daughter is super smart and a hard worker, and she's, a sweet person. You can tell when she gets on there and talks with her mom. Why would anybody attack her? And then, of course, it's a rhetorical question because they're attacking her because they feel jealous. They feel insecure about their own lack of ambition. Nobody has to be like all or nothing either. It isn't all or nothing. There are things that Natasha has said that I just think, what? But so what? I'm sure there are things that I've said that Natasha has thought, what? And even with Dave and I have gone back and forth. I thought Dave was great. And then Dave was a jerk. And then Dave was great again. And I don't mean great, because he was a jerk in between. But Dave was funny. Dave was great. And then Dave was an asshole. And then Dave was nice again. And I joked with him one time that it's because he became a grandpa. I think I said something snarky to him like, well, good, maybe now that you're going to be a grandpa, maybe you'll be nice or something. And he's been nice ever since. So whatever. I don't have to write somebody off because at one point I thought they were an asshole. And maybe he's an asshole, whatever. Or maybe he's a nice guy. Or maybe he's a little bit of both, which I think would mean he's a human being, right? Oh my gosh, is it 3 weeks already? Are you kidding me? 3 weeks? Because I remember when you said that you found out you were going to be a grandpa. Oh my gosh, that went fast. We had a baby on this channel during this whole case of Christopher Watts time frame. I think Mama's still here, right? Ray, are you here? She's eating cake. So she might be going back for more cake. Happy Angie says being a grandma is the bomb. We had a baby. We thought we might be having a wedding, but that doesn't sound like it's going to happen. Oh, good. Yep, here's our mama. Dave's going to be a grandpa, Ray, in 3 weeks. Well, he's already a grandpa, but in 3 weeks he gets to meet the baby. So, hey, Dave, I'll go ahead and tease you again. Maybe once the baby's born, you'll be even nicer. Oh, wait, he says, I'm on my third Seeking the Truth account, still can't get through on StreamYard. Why? All right, Happy Angie has a wedding coming up. Aw, your oldest. Ooh. Yes, we had a baby. Yes, and we thought we were going to have a wedding. But then the jerk, actually, on the first date, he kissed her without having any reason to kiss her at that point. So we all agreed that that was not the right one. Oh, okay. Seeking the truth with Dave says he's black. From StreamYard? Why would StreamYard block you? That's weird. You must be controversial. Well, probably with your lengthy criminal record, they probably did a background check and said, whoa, he has a lengthy criminal record according to this one YouTube channel. So we'll block him. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, Christy's giving away our trade secrets. When we say LOL here, Dave, we don't mean whatever that means. We mean lots of love. So if one of the cult members from this channel, and I'm joking, if they ever say LOL, they mean lots of love. What? Oh, wait, I don't get you. Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't had coffee yet. Maybe I should have coffee and come back. So I blocked you on StreamYard? Then how can you be here now? I know it. Where is she? Where is she, Christy? Maybe she's out on the boat with that rich guy. Dave, I just put the link in there. Click on it and see what it says. Yeah, Happy Angie says, don't ask us about Bob's. That's our secret. Aw, baby only happy if being carried. I love it. Ray needs sleep. Yeah, definitely if you're going to be carrying the baby around, you need sleep. Okay, Dave's using caps, so we're all going to look. Everyone look. Dave's using caps. You blocked me on StreamYard in December after we went nuts at each other. We did not go nuts at each other. You went nuts at me. And I very respectfully declined to engage. The host has blocked you from this channel. Oh, shoot. Okay, how do I unblock you? Let's see. There must be something here that says how to unblock some yahoo. I love bugging you. Should I go to settings, maybe? Guests. Okay, here's a guest thing. Banned guests. You're right. You're blocked. Oh, my gosh. Okay. You have been removed from the blocked thing. And so I'll put this here again. Now try it and see what it says. Man, that's funny. I thought StreamYard blocked you when you were first talking. I'm like, how did StreamYard block you? Why would they do that? All right. Okay, you ready? Your name looked good. Everything good. Okay. Here you are. Hey, Dave.
Wacky do. Fancy that. I can't even find my StreamYard link. Hang on.
I thought you were saying that StreamYard blocked you, and I'm like, why would they block you?
Because you did it. You did it on Christmas Day.
Oh my gosh, I was on YouTube on Christmas Day?
Yeah, you were. Oh. Okay. All right, here I am.
Okay. Tell me, if you don't mind humoring me, tell me, you understand that touching her was totally wrong, right?
I do.
And then you know what I think? I think that you should not respond and try really hard not to care, but I know that's hard because it's like even with the thing with Natasha, it's going to be hard for her not to hear those words and not to cry, you know? So I know it's going to be hard, but I would not engage in any of this crap at all with any of them. Any of them.
I was put in a position by Larry to actually do what I did.
Well, that's what Natasha said, that on one of her live chats, that Larry was saying, don't make me do it, Dave. Don't make me do it.
He threatened me.
And here's the problem. Like, in the same thing with Natasha being, reduced to tears from all that crap that just happened. As a community, we need to stand up against this and say to Larry, how dare you? How dare you?
I did it on my channel. I did a live that I've made members only now, but I actually did it at the time. I talked about everything that happened. I was actually in absolute tears. I was a train wreck when I explained what happened, and it's in members only now. There's plenty of remorse in that video, I can assure you. But it was absolutely a mistake. I totally misread a situation. Is exactly what occurred. We had flirted and all sorts of stuff over 4 months, and I misread it, and what I actually did was wrong.
And there you have it. And I would say the next time somebody says, oh, Dave, I can dig up some dirt on you and I'm going to go public with it, and I want you to be feeling terror right now, you need to learn how to mentally flip them off and move on, because that's what they want, is for people who they're trying to frighten to be frightened, or to be harmed, or to be crying, or to be falling apart. And I'll tell you, take it as a compliment, because he obviously feels insecure about your quality as a channel creator. Any of these people would not be attacking you if they weren't feeling challenged by your content.
Well, I hope that's the reason anyway. And it's just not it's obviously just a meanie.
And that's a huge issue. Like the stuff being said about Natasha, who would say those things unless they were just mean?
Well,
how do we stand up to it?
Definitely a mean girl was saying those things. She's a very mean girl.
And how do we stand up to it? How do we stand up as a community and say, this is not okay? How do we effectively stand up as a community so that this behavior is not applauded or rewarded in any way?
How do you ignore it and not have a response? I mean, when something's out there about you, it's very difficult not to respond.
Well, one thing that I have found, in my case, they make up all sorts of weird stuff, like really weird stuff. And, like they have this guy in Pennsylvania who they think is my son, and they're making up all sorts of weird stuff about this guy in Pennsylvania. And there's zero resemblance, and I won't go into detail as to why there is zero resemblance, okay? There is absolutely no connection between me and this guy. And they have him out there parading him around as my son, and whatever his record is and whatever his behavior is. So something like that is easier to ignore because it's so over the top ridiculous. But the way that feels to ignore them is what we need to do about no matter what they say. I've had experiences with these scumbags where they have posted my grandchildren's photos. I've had experience where they have posted my grandchildren's daycare center with the address, the link, the phone number, everything. So we're talking a whole different level of criminal behavior on their part. And do you ignore that? No, of course you don't ignore that. You are absolutely on top of it, and you have all proof of it, and you have it forwarded to the proper authorities. But then you have to hit a point where your skin is thick. Where you say, these people are evil, they're sick, they're deranged, they're delusional. There's a reason why they're on YouTube trying to do this weird stuff, because they have absolutely nothing else going on in their lives. And you get to a point eventually where you can actually feel sorry for them. Not to the point of saying what they're doing is okay, it isn't, but where you can actually say, wow, they are so empty in the head and they're so empty in their lives that you just really have to shake your head and just go, only a deranged, you can come up with a long list of adjectives, would be doing what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. So what I just want to quickly say is somebody I know here in the YouTube community did a reading on me and has been having all of these visions. Like, I don't believe in readings and all that sort of shit because I'm too much of a redneck to really care about any of that.
I don't believe in readings at all, and I think they're a
Right.
way that people are using those in the YouTube community to try to abuse other people.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this particular reading is it was actually done 4 months ago, and actually called out Larry as being a snake who was going to actually turn on me in a vicious way. And I couldn't see it. I couldn't read it. I couldn't see it coming in a million years. It was quite ridiculous, quite scary. Anyway, this person also has these visions that the two people that have actually come in and attempted to destroy our true crime community is Lana and Larry, and they're working together. How's that for a vision?
That wouldn't surprise me a bit, but I don't think it's limited to those two.
No, probably not. But it's crazy because what he did was came in and snaked his way around all these creators, got all their information, got a whole heap of information, and then threatened them all that he was going to expose them all. This is what he did, and got the subject, and everybody stopped talking about the Watts case.
Well, and that's what it is.
Pretty much what happened.
Yeah, it's all a big diversion. I think that they're trying to keep people busy, and I think that once the 3-year time frame passes from the conviction, from the plea agreement, I think as soon as the 3 years is up, then I think they're going to go find other toys to play with.
I hope so.
Well, the thing is, I think they're purposely in place to create the diversion so that the Watts family does not do anything at all to file anything at all in court. And at the 3-year mark, he's screwed forever and it'll be over. Yeah. So, I think a lot of them have been hired. I think a lot of them have been either recruited or hired to take part. And then I think once his statute of limitations runs out, I think they're going to be like, bye-bye.
Yeah, but I'm doing everything in my power to get that 35C re-entered and restarted.
There's no way for you to do anything. It has to be Christopher Watts. And
yes, we know this.
But he's not. You do know that they had an offer of lawyers pro bono.
I know. Back with Mark Gillespie himself, before KK came along the scene.
And yes. Mark Gillespie wasn't the only one speaking with lawyers on their behalf after they beg that they need to have help, right? And here's the thing. They don't need to have a pro bono lawyer. Why is it that they're the one family in the country who claims they can't afford to hire a lawyer? Every family, when a loved one is in some kind of legal issue, they find their resources, they pool them together, and they get help for their loved one. So this whole idea that they have to have all this free help is baloney. They both worked full-time all their lives. They lived in one house all during their marriage. They have resources. You know what I mean? I question that. I question that because when those lawyers were lining up and considering it, and Mark Gillespie said that the lawyer actually offered to help pro bono, that within 24 hours, they were up on YouTube with that KK channel. Within 24 hours, the daughter evidently called, according to KK, Jamie called KK and said, let's do this now. And they said no to the lawyer. So if they said no to the lawyer, why?
I don't know. All I know is just that tick, 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 tick. The time's running out.
The time's running out. And so, if you're going to bust your butt and all these other people are going to bust their butts, and then when it comes time where you could actually be at a point where you might be able to offer some help, then they're going to go, no, thank you. We're going to go ahead with another YouTube creator that's going, what? This isn't anything about YouTube. Your kid's in prison. You want to say for year after year after year that you think that there were other people involved, or you think that there's a chance he maybe didn't do it. Then why would you refuse help?
Oh no, it's amazing. Anyway, I want to go. I just wanted to quickly
Okay.
pop up here and have a chat with you and just talk about that. And
I'm glad you hopped up, Dave.
I'm done and dusted with that subject. I will not be talking about it ever again. And
Do you
thank
know
you for
how to
giving me the
mentally
opportunity.
do you know how to mentally flip people off?
Ignore them.
Well, you mentally flip them off, like you visualize it, because you're male, men are visual, right? Just
Usually.
visualize you're mentally flipping them off and do it with a smile and you're good to go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the advice.
Talk
See
to you
you later,
later.
Brenda. Bye.
Glad you hopped
Bye.
up. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You guys have been talking, and I'm sorry when I talk, I don't read. I'm sorry. Okay. I just want to say quick, thank you for coming up on the panel, Dave. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And I do hope that people just stop the BS. Stick with the content. Stick with the case. Don't spend too much of your time, though, trying to help anything with the 35C. I'm telling you, take it from me. Don't spend too much of your time, because when you are able to help, then all of a sudden someone's going to say, oh, no, you know what? We're not gonna. Nah, we're not gonna. And then you're gonna go, what? You've been saying you want help, right? Exactly, Ray. If your kid's in prison, why are you even talking to anybody on YouTube? Except for when she talked with us, that was okay. We'll excuse her for that 30-something minute phone call. But besides that, why are they even on social media? Why are I mean, come on. Even all of these leaked videos and leaked letters and leaked whatever, who's leaking them, right? And do you guys want to go ahead and hear me bash Christopher Watts? I think a lot of people might enjoy that. Do you guys want to hear me bash Christopher Watts? Because I can bash him really good. I don't. I haven't, but I can if you want me to. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is going to be bad. Should I go get a coffee first so it's not quite as bad? Oh, it might actually be worse if I'm having my coffee. Let me think. Do you guys want me to come right out with what I think of Christopher Watts? Okay. When I first heard about this case, keep in mind I was being attacked already by the scumbag attackers before I heard about the case. I was hiking up in the northeast of our country and finding these butterfly gardens, which were so amazing. It was so fun. Oh my gosh. I have never seen that many butterflies in one place. And I never actually have hiked in that kind of a place where I was feeling like, wow, if I tripped right here, I would get hurt. But anyway, so while I was hiking up in parts unknown, well, I knew where I was. I didn't know at the time that I was being attacked by these scumbag attackers, right? Once I found out I was being attacked, it was like, what? Are you kidding me? I've been a true crimer for a long time. I've never seen this kind of crap go on, ever. So I took a look at this case and I thought, oh, wow, what a scumbag to murder his wife and children and to put his children's bodies in these oil drums. What a total scumbag. So my very first take on this case was Christopher Watts was a total scumbag. But then I took a close look at all those videos thinking I'm going to look for warning flags so that I can help people see the early warning flags that this guy was obviously an abuser, right? And then maybe if we can find those early warning flags that he was an abuser, then we can help other women and children be safer, right? But then I watched those videos and I'm like, he wasn't an abuser. He was a doormat. He was weak, very weak. And I think that he was actually being abused. Okay? But then I saw the video when little Bella was getting sprayed right in the eyes. And I saw her run toward her father. And he opened the slider, which was an appropriate reaction to what was happening. He had the door open. Bella was running toward it, toward her father, toward her safety. And his wife said no. And he shut the slider on Bella. So then what do you think my opinion was from that point forward of Christopher Watts? Well, okay, on the one hand, if he's an abused spouse, then you'd have to think, well, he's afraid of his wife, so he's going to do whatever she tells him to do, okay? So you want to kind of look at it, maybe from that, within that context. But Bella was his child. Bella was his daughter. Bella was running toward him for safety. And he shut the door on her. I have known a lot of abused spouses. And I do not believe that I've ever met one who would shut the door on their child the way Christopher Watts did. Christopher Watts knew damn well that Bella and Cece were being given Tylenol and Benadryl. And we can spend 3 long years talking about how Christopher Watts' wife gave the girls Tylenol and Benadryl. And Cindy Watts can say that Christopher Watts' wife, her daughter-in-law, gave the girls Tylenol and Benadryl. But Christopher Watts' wife wasn't the only one giving the girls Tylenol and Benadryl, regardless of who actually physically gave it to them. Those little girls lived in a world where the adults in their lives enabled them to be given Tylenol and Benadryl at 6:30 at night and put to bed for 12 to 13 hours. Okay? Christopher Watts had a responsibility to Bella that far outweighed whether or not he was getting ordered around by his wife. And he failed. Christopher Watts had a responsibility not to be allowing his children to be drugged. Christopher Watts, in my opinion, is one of the lowest of the lowest of the low. He was, exactly, Christy, he was pathetic. That's a good word for Christopher Watts. And at the same time, this isn't mutually exclusive with whether or not he was afraid or whether or not he was timid or whether or not he was getting ordered around. Those are all separate issues. But the fact that he shut that slider on Bella, I'm sorry. I have zero empathy for him at all. Even though I do believe he was being ordered around, I do believe that's an issue, and I think it's an important issue for us to discuss. Because if we want to promote the fallacy that young women should be ordering their husbands around and acting like total, BOBs, then what are we doing to the future generation? The children are watching this, you guys. The children are watching daddy sit there and act like a total doormat, and the children are watching mom ordering him around. So how do you think they're going to be acting in 20, 25 years? Yes, busy mom, that's what I just addressed. What about the battered male syndrome? They are not mutually exclusive, is what I just said. They're separate issues. It is important to recognize whether or not he was a battered spouse. It's also important to recognize that I don't know any battered spouse who would have shut that slider on Bella. Battered spouses leave their batterers once they recognize that the children are being harmed. He recognized it, and he didn't do anything about it. I don't know of any parent who would have shut that slider door on Bella, abused or not. I don't know any parent who would stand there knowing that their children are being drugged at 6:30 p.m. And now let's fast forward, way fast forward to 3 years after the tragedy. How many people has Christopher Watts been using? How many people has he been whining to? How many people has he actually considered his girlfriend? I mean, come on. How many people has he been writing to, quote unquote, in code? How many people has he been playing? How many people has he been, in my opinion, abusing? Do you know something? Here's a whole nother thing, but it's kind of like that moment that Christopher Watts closed the door, closed the slider on Bella. And it wasn't just Bella he was hurting. It was Cece too. If Cece would have been strong enough to open that slider, you can bet your bottom dollar Cece would have whipped that slider open and grabbed Bella and pulled her inside. Cece was watching. Bella was watching. And Christopher Watts failed them both. Okay? That was a pretty big moment when I was reviewing all those videos that I was so disgusted. There's another moment in this case, fast forward, like I said. He called his mother from prison, okay? He called his mother and he told her to call that Dylan guy's girlfriend at the time and to tell her that Dylan was in the hole and wouldn't be able to call her. Christopher Watts called his mother. She's in her 60s. She's been getting beat up on social media. She's been getting treated with nothing but disrespect. Okay? And she doesn't deserve the way she's been getting treated. That bastard called his mother from prison. You know, maybe he should have called her to say, Mom, how are you? Mom, what are you doing today? Mom, I live with regret every day for my actions. Mom, I'm so sorry for the pain that I brought to the family. Mom, you know, I have nothing but fond memories of my childhood. You and Dad are wonderful parents. Mom, I'm sorry to have brought shame to our family name. Mom, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I'm so sorry for how you're being treated. I'm so sorry, Mom. No, not Christopher Watts, you know, father of the year, husband of the year, right? Son of the year. Mom, hey, I've got this buddy here in prison. You know, I like to give him my boxers and we share a little gel or whatever, right? And his girlfriend, who at that point I think they probably had not even met. I don't even know if they've met even. Did they ever meet? I don't know. But his girlfriend might be expecting a call from him and he's in the hole, you know, obviously for no reason because everybody's innocent in prison. So, Mom, you need to call her and you need to tell her that he's in the hole. And when Cindy told me about this, when Cindy said, yes, she is talking with that girlfriend of the friend from her son's prison experience, she said that they talked a lot. Oh, yeah, they talked a lot. And I'm like, what? And she said, what was I supposed to do? He called me and told me to call her. Oh, is that how your family works? Really? Your prisoner son calls you up, tells you to do something, and you do it? I didn't say that to her. That's what I thought. And she said, what was I supposed to do? Except she said it more like this. What was I supposed to do? You know, kind of like, ugh. And I said, tell him no? Like, tell him no. How dare he call his mother, who, again, I want to say this, is in her 60s. That bastard put his own mother in touch with a person who he evidently had no clue about, except what his buddy in prison had shared, right? And wasn't this, wait a minute here, back up a second. Wasn't this whole girlfriend-boyfriend thing, didn't that all start because she was like a groupie for him? So he's putting his mother in direct connection with a groupie who he passed off to, well, a leftover groupie? I mean, come on. She wasn't even just a groupie. She was a leftover groupie. And he puts his mother in direct connection with her? I care more about Bella than I do about Cindy, right? I care more about the experience that Bella suffered through than I do about the experiences Cindy had suffered through and continues to suffer through. So to me, you know, slamming that door on Bella, to me is worse. But I'm thinking calling your mother and telling her to call this total groupie leftover is placing his mother in danger. And I'm not saying the groupie leftover is dangerous. So I hope that anyone listening to this doesn't go, oh, she just said this about the groupie leftover. I'm not saying that the groupie leftover is dangerous, okay? But Christopher Watts knowingly placed his mother in danger by calling her and telling her to call a groupie leftover. That man has no scruples. He has no care or concern for anybody but himself. That man, to me, is a scumbag. And his very his I would say his very, I don't want to say existence, but I'll say it this way. Anything and everything about him absolutely disgusts me. I can still say that I do think that he was living, you know, walking on eggshells, not in control of his own life. It was a bad marriage, I think, from day one. And I think he had a duty to reach out for help and to try to get out from under that control safely. But I know that I haven't really talked that much about my opinion on Christopher Watts. And it isn't because I've ever had a high opinion of him. It's quite frankly because the attackers have been so busy attacking that it's kept me a little busier focusing on, the death threats and the harassing phone calls and that sort of thing. But if the attackers were honest, which they're not, then they would admit to you that my very first impression of this case was that he is right where he belongs. That was my very first statement about this case, is when I said, regardless of what happened, regardless of who did what, because if you guys have been discussing this case right from the start, then I think the majority of people who were discussing the case did not believe that he murdered anybody. And I came out with stating my opinion when I first learned about it, that he's right where he belongs. Because regardless of what happened, he didn't protect his babies. If he didn't kill anybody, he didn't protect his babies. And if those babies were actually put in some kind of weird drums, if he knows anything about what happened and he's dancing around, talking in code, quoting the Bible, calling his mother and telling her to call the groupie leftovers, talking about wanting to write a book. Are you kidding me? How about telling the truth? How about stating some remorse for what you either did or should have done or didn't do or whatever? How about being an honest person? How about cutting the bullshit and loving your children enough to speak the truth of what happened? Christopher Watts appears to me like he's trying to act as if he's some sort of victim. Well, you know what? If he and his wife wanted to get married and cruise around to whatever, lifestyle getaways or whatever, good for them. But they had children. And quite frankly, I think it's possible they had a tough time acknowledging the fact that they had children. And I think that's where the Tylenol and Benadryl came in. Why is it that that was the first time Bella was ever in an ocean? Why? Why was that the first time? It sounds like they had a vacation. With all those vacations that were going on? Yet the neighbors, some of them didn't even know that they had kids. Because Bella and Cece were stuffed in their beds, dosed up on Benadryl and Tylenol. Are you kidding me? Going to the doctor, both kids are sick again. Both kids are sick again. Playing the martyr parents. Christopher Watts taking time off work when the kids were sick. Oh, wow, that's impressive, right? No, it's not impressive. They had two parents, and that bozo thought he had to take the time off work? No, keep your ass at work, put in the hours, sign up for some overtime, support the family. And if 2.5 years after you get married, you're filing a flippin' bankruptcy, then man up, little boy, man up. Because there's something seriously wrong if 2.5 years after you got married, you had to file a bankruptcy. And he didn't man up. Listen to his police interview. Oh, she was so successful. Yeah. Oh, she was such a good cook. Yeah. Yeah, she usually fixed pizza and noodles. Man up. And yes, I get it about the battered spouse syndrome. And I got news for you. Women for generations have womaned up. when they're being abused. Women for generations have been strong, have been protective of their children. And women who have been abused have held that slider door open for their daughter to run to safety. They might take the beating for it. They might take the beating for doing so, but damn it, they don't ever, abused or not, that is a bullshit excuse that he was so afraid of her that he shut the slider on Bella. He shut the slider on Bella. And it's a very important point. I believe she was absolutely in the wrong to be doing what she was doing to Bella, was spraying her right in the face like that. It is absolutely wrong. And I believe he was abusive to shut the door on Bella. I have zero concern for him at this point at all. Like when Dave just said that he was doing everything he can for a 35C. Well, number one, there's nothing he can do. Number two, he's in Australia, so whatever. Number three, that family has already been offered help by qualified legal representation for free. And they chose to say no thank you and to start playing on social media and pretending like they've got some, hope of whatever. I don't know. You want to know what I think? I think that it's quite possible that they have figured out that maybe they don't want all of the family's dirty laundry hanging out in the public yard. That's just what I think. Otherwise, I think they would have accepted the help that was offered to them back in late October of 2020. But they didn't. We're told that their daughter contacted a YouTube channel creator and said, now, let's do it now. And they said no to an actual lawyer who could have helped him file whatever paperwork he needs to file. And they said, no, thank you. And instead, now we're told that their daughter has a podcast. Really? Well, their son, we're being told by the groupie leftover, evidently had some book in the works, right? And then we have Dave sounding absolutely dedicated to doing whatever he can about a 35C. And I just want to say this, no offense, Dave, but don't waste your time. You were not able to help. You have nothing to bring to the table. Just like every other channel creator who even says 35C, it's the same thing, Why is anyone in Australia even trying? Why are all those people in the UK even trying? Right? He had the offer of help, of actual help, and they turned it down. So why would anyone be trying? It's their problem. And this whole thing about not having any money, what? Not being able to afford a lawyer, what? It's like I said when Dave was up there. Why are they the only family who shouldn't have to hire a lawyer? What is this about? That all of YouTube wants them to be able to have a free lawyer. What's that about? Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. That's what I'm thinking. And then Christopher Watts is playing out the boo-hoo from behind bars. He's got the boo-hoo going on. To the point that he calls his mother and says, you need to call this person. And she says to me, what was I supposed to do? The answer is clear. Say no. I don't even think that's tough love. I think it's an appropriate answer if you have a scumbag son calling you from prison, telling you to call one of the leftovers, that you very clearly start parenting him at that moment, evidently, and say, how dare you even ask me to do such a thing? I think her answer at that point should have been, you know what? You've got a lot of nerve. You seriously have a lot of nerve calling me and telling me to call anybody, but especially calling me and expecting me to call some stranger and showing me very clearly that you have no concern at all for my safety. You have no concern at all for my time, for my energy. You have no respect at all for my schedule. You have no respect at all for me. So you know what? You call her if you want her to be called. At which point he would probably whine and say, but I can't, Mom, I'm in prison. And she would say, well, who put you there? Who put you there? Because let me tell you something, there's one person who put him where he is today. Himself. Nobody else put him there. And all this stuff about how his in-laws were so nice to take the death penalty off the table, stuff like that. Or how, oh, he just wanted to take responsibility, he wanted to be the one to take responsibility, poor him, just being such the big man. He wanted to go to prison. He took a plea deal, which he knew would send him directly to prison. Do not pass go. Go directly to jail. He chose not to stand up. He chose not to go to trial. He chose not to have any of their personal details brought out for the public to view. He's where he wants to be. He's evidently happy there. Because if he wasn't, if he truly, after a couple years thought, wow, I understand now, whatever, okay? If he truly had any kind of change in his opinions from the day that he basically signed away his future, he made a choice. He had a choice, go to trial or don't go to trial. He chose not to go to trial. So for him now, nearly 3 years later, to be supposedly, we don't even know because he talks in code, remember? For him supposedly to even want to have any kind of 35C, which is ridiculous, I'm sorry, it is. Well, a little, too late. What was his turning point? Oh, is it because he suddenly became truthful? Well, I don't think he's been truthful. I think he's been lying every step of the way. I think he's been lying to himself. I think he's been lying to his parents. I think he's been lying to anybody and everybody who he has spoken with. I think he lied in his first police interview. I think that one was probably the closest to the truth. But I think he lied in his first police interview, his second one, his third one, however many more he's had. I think he lies to every person he speaks with because I think he is a liar. I think he is a liar. I think his wife was a liar. And I think to live the life that they were living, you would have to be liars. And I think the reason he didn't want to go to trial is because I don't think he can keep his lies straight. Pathological liars. Exactly, Mrs. J-Dub. Exactly. If he wants to sit there after that tragedy happened and he wants to go, oh, yeah, she makes really good meals. Oh, yeah, she makes really good meals. Yeah, she makes a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, she makes $65,000 a year. Really? Really? Hmm. To which I say, yeah. I think he's been a liar all throughout that marriage, for sure. But it's more than that. I think he's been a liar all of his life. And here's a whole different way to explain what I'm trying to say. I'm not a drinker. I've never been a drinker. I'm just not. I'll have a glass of wine at Christmas or whatever, okay? I do enjoy a glass of wine, but I can pretty much, if I stop and think about it, tell you exactly when I had my last glass of wine, and it was probably like in a year's time, I might have two. I don't know, maybe one, and maybe three. So obviously, I'm not a drinker. I don't like drinkers. And it's not that, like, if you're a drinker, I can like you as a friend and you can be a drinker. I'm good with that. What I don't like people drinking, like, who are sitting right next to me or sitting across the table or at my home. Okay? I don't like drinkers. I find when people have been drinking, like drinking, that they either have short tempers or they make no sense or they act arrogant or whatever. So I don't like drinkers. I just don't. I don't. Okay? The same is true for liars. I don't like liars. Liars don't impress me. Liars are creepy, kind of, And once I figure out somebody has lied, I was lied to not that long ago that I was like, what? Like, and the person who lied to me doesn't know that I know that they lied to me. And that makes it even more interesting. But the person they lied about told me that it was totally different than how the person who lied to me said it was. And the person who lied to me is just like super nice and super wonderful. And I just really enjoyed, the discussion. And then the person, and this is nothing at all about the case or anything. This is nothing at all about anything about the case. But just kind of in a nutshell, it was like one person, well, I wouldn't even go into that. But liars, to me, are like drinkers. You're either a drinker or you're not. And if you are a drinker, then you might notice that your friends who aren't drinkers don't hang out with you that much when you're drinking. Make sense? Well, if you're a liar, and I'm not saying drinkers are liars, I'm just using that as a parallel to explain the whole liar thing. If you're a liar or you're not. People who are not liars don't lie once in a while. If you're lying once in a while, you're a liar. You're either a liar or you're not. Christopher Watts has told so many stories. Obviously, they can't all be true. So I guess he's a liar. Liars typically don't stay married too long to liars. No, I said it backwards. People who don't lie typically don't stay married too long to people who lie. But people who lie pretty much can stay married for a long time. Just like people who drink can pretty much stay married for a long time. Or be good friends, close friends with people who drink or who lie. There comes a point where that behavior is just unacceptable to somebody who doesn't lie or who doesn't drink. Okay? It just becomes unacceptable. And what I see in those videos of poor little Bella's sadness and her fear in her eyes, I don't just blame her mother. I blame her mother and her father. I think those little girls were really given the short end of the deal when they were born. The short end of the deal. Because one would think that with two parents, that hopefully at least one of them could step up to the plate and actually be a good parent. And from what I saw of those videos, I didn't see a whole lot of evidence of good parenting going on. And then 3 years later, we're supposed to believe he's talking in code. 2 little girls were murdered. So guess what, Christopher Watts? We do expect to know the truth of what happened to Bella and Cece. And if he is too much of a scumbag to tell us the truth about what happened to Bella and Cece, then I personally, like, if he were to sit down and write a book right now, after everything he's done, you know, I only, if that book was full of exactly what happened and he could even support it with, you know, I don't know, if there'd be a way to know that he was actually finally actually praying for guidance and actually receiving guidance that he needed to be truthful and honest and open, then yes, I would be interested to read it. But if it's just more of this gibberish about, well, you know, he talks in code sometimes, so I think what he was really saying, or, you know, I think that he really wants us all to know, oh, well, whatever. It isn't that difficult for him to speak. He could call up an actual reporter and have an interview, you know, and tell the truth. But he won't. And what that tells me is he is still the same man who shut the door, who shut the slider on little Bella, and by doing so, who harmed both Bella and Cece, who were forced to endure that, 10 minutes of hell. I was just scrolling up and I see that there's a serious situation here. It looks like Loveland is in a tough area right now. It sounds like she's scared. She said, "Thank you so much, guys." So you guys are offering her some really good support. She said, "Thank you so much, guys. Trying to distract myself. Have a great day, guys. Stay safe and lots of love. Be safe, little one. Be safe." Okay, guys, we're going to take a vote. Miss Mensa needs a cup of coffee. I don't need a cup of coffee. That I shouldn't say it that way. But Miss Mensa wants to go grab a cup of coffee, and it does take me a few minutes, and I do give my dog a ride in the car. He likes to go with me to grab a cup of coffee. So, I'm game if you're game for you guys to keep on chatting, as long as you don't say anything nasty, okay? Like really nasty, please don't, okay? And I can be back shortly, and it's raining outside where I'm at, so it isn't like the dog's gonna want to like take forever. Do you guys, I would say vote 1 if you want me to run and grab coffee and just put you guys like, or put the thingy on the microphone thingy where you guys can just keep on talking, especially with what Loveland's got going on. I don't want you guys to like not be able to talk right now just so I can have coffee. But if you hit 1, then that means go grab some coffee. If you want 2, then that means try to come back later. But yeah, you have to behave. And if somebody doesn't behave, will you guys do me a favor and be sure to tell me so I can go through it and delete them? Yes, good. Okay. Ray, Happy Angie, you got okay, good. Oop, Miss Bad Skirt says come back later. Are you busy right now, Miss Bad Skirt? Are you like ready to take off? Three of a kind says we won't talk about you when you're gone. Okay, I'm gonna take off. I'll be gone just a few minutes and I'll be back. And then anybody who says anything bad, if you could make a note of it and let me know so I can go up and delete them. Okay. Oops. I just muted before I was finished with my sentence. So we'll be right back and keep it clean. See you soon. I'm kind of nervous about hitting the mute button because I'm like, I don't know if this is a good idea, but let's do it. I'll be back shortly. Hey guys, here I am with my coffee, and my dog's jumping up and down on me like in the last 30 seconds. I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. He gets excited. So thanks you guys for not like being expecting me to be talking constantly. I appreciate that. So let's see. I'm just looking here. All right, Cosmic says we're good. Good. So everything was okay? Like nobody got in a fight or anything? Oh, you guys are talking about that. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Interesting. I don't know about that. What do you guys think? Because you know what I heard on the news not that long ago? And we'll just say that. We'll just call it that. Okay? We're not going to say what it is, but that. I heard on the news, well, I guess it has been quite a while ago because I've been kind of busy lately. That if you got that you might have to get that again because it's sounding like that is only the first step and that you're going to have to keep redoing it. And when I heard about that, I thought, what? I've never heard of that before. I mean, you know, the measles one, you get it and it's good, and you might have to have a booster at some point, right? I think you get the MMR or whatever they call it, and then you get a booster. And that's it, right? I think. I don't know. I'm not a nurse. But if you got that, I think times 2, right? And then you have to go in and do it again? One thing, I'm taking the lid off my coffee so it just squeaked. Did you hear it? One thing that would make me wonder is why didn't they tell people that before they decided to get it in the first place? Why is that information just now being discussed? Did they know before? Is this learn as you go kind of thing? And if so, does that mean that they know that only one booster will do it? Or does it mean that you have to get one every year? I don't know. Or are we just supposed to be afraid of it all? I'm not sure. I think I told you guys a story about how when I was at the pediatrician's and the doctor was saying, yep, time for the MMR. The baby was 12 months old. And I'm like, what? No, I think the baby is too young for that. And he said, well, that's the, AMA recommendation, blah, blah, blah. Well, it wasn't up until that point. Before then, they waited until kids were older. And then all of a sudden, 12 months, time for the MMR. And I said no to the MMR at that point. I said no. I said the baby's too young, too small. No. Well, at the 24-month, I was told it was time for the booster for the MMR. I'm like, what? Or no, it wasn't time for the booster. It was time for the MMR. And I put it off. But this whole thing was the kind of the funny part of this story is that the pediatrician thought, or didn't remember, of course, because he had so many patients, was assuming that the baby had it already at 12 months, and he was saying the baby needed it again like a year later. Maybe it was at the 18-month mark or something. I can't remember. Because the AMA evidently decided that giving the shot at 12 months wasn't a good idea, so they had to get the shot again. They changed it like within the matter of just a really short time. They thought it was a great idea to do it at 12 months, and then they realized that was a dumb idea to do it at 12 months, so everyone had to get another one. I mean, come on. Our babies are not guinea pigs, thank you very much. Okay, Angela says, hi, chat. Hi, MM. This is my first time here listening. I'm from Scotland. I have CVID, which is a PID, and I'm not taking vaccine. I have been pressured, but definitely not taking. It's definitely about control. What is CVID and PID? And who is pressuring you? I'm curious if you don't mind sharing. And let's not use the V word. Let's just call it the V word, or we can call it that. Okay, THAT. But who is pressuring you? I'm curious. And what is the CV da da da? And if you're new here, then obviously you don't know. I'm not a medical person, but I am a mom. And I am old. So, you know, there might be a few things I know, but there might be a few things I don't know. Oh, this is interesting. So are you guys done bashing Christopher Watts at this point? I use the word bashing because that's what we're accused of all the time, right? With the other way. Are you guys done bashing him? You want to skip right over to talking about that, which we can do. Happy Angie says that is BS. I'm just scrolling up here a second. Were there any creepy comments at all that you guys want me to run and find quick? Cosmic says he doesn't have a wife nagging him, just some buddies swapping boxers. Yeah, I think they're swapping other stuff too. I do. Ray says she'd rather have a sore arm than whooping cough. Let's see here. Claire says, yay for Scotland. Three of a Kind says, no creeps. Grace says, none at all, Lady J. Good. Well behaved. Good. Okay. So you guys want to still like bash Christopher Watts, or you want to talk about that? I'm thinking we want to talk about that. No creeps, just peeps. There we go. I love it that I can like run away from the computer and trust you guys. That's a gift. It's a total gift that you guys are so cool to say, go get your coffee and that you're not going to be imbeciles while I'm gone. Oh, this coffee's too hot. It was kind of funny though while I was gone because I shouldn't say that. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. But while I was gone, I did think that there might be something really funny happening while I was gone. And so on the way back, I was going a little bit faster because I'm thinking, no. And then I thought, ooh, I better hurry up and get my butt back there. And it's rained. And so my car did kind of a woohoo at one point. And I thought, okay, slow down. Oh, Three of a Kind. I don't do Starbucks at all. I do not do Starbucks. Nope, nope, nope. I'm from the generation where we used to boycott places. And so, I just do my own personal boycotts. Back in the day, we used to have boycotts that actually were very effective. It isn't about the price. Well, it is about the price, obviously. Yeah, that's a good point, Busy Mom. It is overpriced, in my opinion, for sure. I don't like their attitude. And I'll tell you this too. Years ago, when I was going to school for my undergrad, I actually went there every day, every single day. I would go in the morning and get like I never drank coffee back then. I just started drinking coffee. When did I start drinking coffee? 2 years ago, I think. A year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe. I never drank coffee ever. I thought it was yucky, but I had a cup of coffee one day with hot chocolate in it. It was kind of like a half and half. And then what I've been doing is I put less and less hot chocolate in it as I go. And now I can do it with just one quick thing of hot chocolate. I used to put caramel in it too, but I stopped doing that. Sometimes I might put a little piece of caramel in it and let it just melt. Ray's hearing the birds. Yeah, if they ever want to do a remake on the movie The Birds, like I know the perfect location. But so I'm not that much of like a coffee drinker, but back when I did the Starbucks routine, I would stop on the way into school and everything. I would stop and grab a cup of hot chocolate. And then in the morning, they gave us a coupon. If you stopped back on the same day, you could get like $2 off, whatever. So after school, then I would go to the gym and I'd work out. And then on my way back, I'd stop with my $2 coupon and I'd get a strawberry banana icy crunchy thing. I had no idea that that sucker was like downloaded with soy. And it pisses me off because there is no reason why you have to put soy in my little strawberry banana icy crunchy thing. And just my opinion, I think soy is a big problem in the American diet. And I think it's interesting that a national chain would be putting soy in things that the consumer would have no reason to think there would be any soy in it. And even the employees didn't know if there was soy in it. That bothers me. Because when I was kind of putting it together, I'm asking the employees, and they're like, I don't know. I don't think so. I can check if you want me to check. Yeah, I think I want you to check if I'm asking. So just if you're going to go there, just find out what you're drinking. And if they're putting soy in your drink, find out why. People think soy is the greatest health food and everything. Yeah, I disagree completely. I personally think that soy is wreaking havoc with our overall health and well-being. Just my opinion. For any of you soy farmers who want to sue me. I also have the same thing about the golden arches too. I do. I have the same attitude about them. And you know what? Sometimes I do eat food from the golden arches, especially when I'm out of town like yesterday, and I did eat at the golden arches. But, be careful what you eat because you really should know what you're eating, right? Three of a Kind says, I don't believe the stuff about soy. I'm vegan and drink a lot of soy products. Well, that's good that you do, but you know that you're eating and drinking a lot of soy products. My point is, I don't think we need to have soy secretly in our stuff and not know it. And I also wonder, why is there so much soy in so much of our stuff? And at the same time, why are so many people being diagnosed with thyroid issues all of a sudden? Women in their 30s are being diagnosed with thyroid issues. Why? And if you're going to put soy in whatever it is I'm spending too much money to have and waiting in line and hoping that it's, I don't know. If it's going to be there, just tell me. Just tell me. Fluoride's another one. That's another one. I know people who have been raised without any fluoride at all, and they have perfect teeth. So how is it that perfect teeth can happen without fluoride? I don't know. Go figure, right? And again, if you want fluoride, hallelujah, but don't go putting fluoride somewhere where I don't know where it is. Okay, Ray, you know what this means? This means you get your butt to bed. Seriously, sleep when the baby sleeps at first. Sleep when the baby sleeps. That way you've got good energy and you won't tip over. Interrupter says soy makes your body produce extra estrogen. I wonder. Grace says my granddaughter had to drink baby formula made with soy and she has a thyroid problem. Well, you know what? I'm telling you. And there are other things too that are important to know, that it's like, why didn't anyone teach me this when I was 20? Why am I in my 50s or 60s before I'm hearing this for the first time, right? And maybe I'm just kind of naive about stuff, but did you know that white rice is supposedly worthless? Did you know that? Good night, Ray. Try to sleep. This is your chance to get some sleep. Try. Do you want me to whisper? Cosmic says, do they put soy in formula? They don't put soy in all formula. Well, you know what? Who knows if they do? I wouldn't be surprised if they do. But I don't think they do. I think what they do is if a baby is sensitive to cow's milk in the formula, then they have the soy substitute, right? Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that interrupter, but that's a good point. Traces of arsenic. But yeah, I learned, like, I think I was 52 when I learned it. And I remember thinking, well, this would have been nice to know, back before my kids were born. White rice is worthless. 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 Brown rice is nutritional. White rice is worthless. So why do they even sell it? Why don't they just sell brown rice? This is J-Dub says, who got the what? Who got the what? VAX is better than the VACC word. Grace says, I didn't know they still made it. So we have a not me. Three of a kind says, not me, Mrs. J. Mrs. J says, not me. Happy Angie says, not me. Wench, ain't I so funny? Went part way. One jab said no thanks to the second one. Grace, nope, not me. Mrs. J. Dub said that she had the bad flu in January. I had it in the second week, I think it was, of February. I'm talking like a year ago, a year plus, Cosmic said, I've had the two. Cosmic, I'm curious. Even though you've been jabbed twice, do you still wear a mask? Lydia has had both jabs. No mask? So you're double jabbed and no mask. Okay. Mrs. J-Dub says no mask here. Have you guys noticed a lack of empathy in our society? I think there's a direct connect to the mask thing. I think people are just getting colder. You know, yesterday there was a young kid on the highway right on my tail. There's 2 lanes. He didn't have to be on my tail. He could have chosen a different lane. And I don't drive like an old woman for the most part, unless the roads are icy, and then I feel it's my duty to slow everybody down. And I do. But this guy was right on my butt, a crappy little pickup, flying right on my butt. And I thought, you dip. You know, if one of my tires went or something, the last thing I need is an idiot riding my butt, right? And he's so close that it's like, please don't look away. I hope his phone didn't ring, right? And finally I thought, ugh, stop it. And so I went ahead. I have a car that has what they call turbo. So I went ahead and went up about 20 miles per hour, and he didn't ride on my butt when he finally caught up to me. They are. They're driving like they're angry. You know, they're driving like they're, I mean, what are they in a hurry for? Seriously. What's their big hurry? And then they drive so fast, and then guess what? They're right there at the light, the same light that you're sitting at, right? So I guess getting, 7 feet, 10 feet, whatever, further ahead in traffic really helps them get there faster. Interrupter says, in the end days, their hearts will grow cold. I see people are just so mad. They're just mad. I was at a store the other day, and I have a card that sometimes I have to put it in backwards 3 times and then swipe it. Sometimes I put it in just forward and it works. And if it ever doesn't work, then I have to put it in backwards 3 times and have it reject it 3 times with just not reading anything. And then it says swipe it. It says use mag strip, I think is what it says. So I'm doing my backwards thing and the mag strip, and it didn't work. So I'm like, now what do I do? And the whatever, it was a self checkout. The manager comes over, and she was so uptight. There was a clerk first who had no clue what to do, and then she got the manager. The manager came. She was so uptight. She was friendly to me, but she was telling the clerk that was it. She was going to quit that day. She was going to quit her job, right? And she stood there, a manager, complaining about her company, complaining about other people at her company, and seriously talking like she was going to quit. And I'm standing there, a customer, not having been greeted, not having been even talked to, while she's emoting the whole time about how shitty her job is. And I'm just thinking, what is this world coming to? Man. Exactly, busy mom. People are getting angrier and angrier. Do you guys have roundabouts where you live? Because I think that's one place where their anger comes out because they don't know how to drive. And then we have these yahoos who think it's a 4-way stop, right? And then they actually beep at you because you know how to drive through a roundabout. Oh, wow. Grace, that sounds serious. If you're afraid of that, I think you should think about moving somewhere else. Either that or turn off your television. Cosmic says if our power goes out, we're screwed. I don't even think it's going to take the power going out. I think all of a sudden it's going to be like, oops, this doesn't work. But Grace, if you're afraid someone might do that to you, you should move, seriously. Okay, so we're done bashing Christopher Watts, I think. Let's go ahead and consider what he should have done and at what point he should have done it. I think, because we don't know that much, right, about the first couple years of marriage, I think that when that bankruptcy came in 2015, I think that was the point that he should have realized that what they had going on wasn't working. Mrs. J-Dub says he should have gotten an apartment while the family was in North Carolina. Definitely. He definitely should have, and he should have filed for whatever divorce. He should have definitely gotten an apartment. He also should have put the house on the market. The house was in his name. What's he waiting for? Put the house on the market. I agree. He should have gotten out of there while she was gone for 5 weeks. I agree completely. I think he should have called a realtor as soon as she hopped on the plane with her father and the children. I think he should have had the realtor to the house immediately, sign the paperwork, put the sign in the yard, find a buyer, wrap it up, and say, and maybe even not even get an apartment. Maybe North Carolina would have been a better idea to be around their families, right? Maybe North Carolina would have been a better choice. Maybe he should have put the house on the market, found a buyer, and said, guess what, sweetheart? We're moving to North Carolina, and by the way, we're getting divorced. I think even before the bankruptcy, I think when he had friends coming to him saying, what the heck's going on? He should have tried to listen. I think when his future wife at that point was rude to his friends, instead of going to them the next day and apologizing for her rudeness, he should have said, out of here, right? And people who say, well, he was abused, right? Which I do think there was a bit of a battered spouse thing going on. People who say that say, well, so he couldn't. He couldn't. Well, no, he could. Long before the laws were in place to help protect people who were being abused, there were many people who stood up and got the hell out. Happy Angie's talking about colonoscopies, and I don't understand. Go ahead, tell us. And Angela makes a good point, too, about the expensive daycare. They didn't have the money to pay for that. What was going on? And Mrs. J-Dub is trying to point at something, I think. I'm not sure. Are you trying to point at somebody, Mrs. J-Dub? Happy Angie, tell me about the... Oh, okay, here we go. She took him to one first date. What? That was their first date, was a colonoscopy? Are you sure? I never heard that before. Okay, then we're talking about some strange codependency issues going on. If the first date was a colonoscopy, then I think there are some very strange codependency issues going on. So then ask yourself, what kind of person would be okay with that? I never heard that before. I wonder if Real Justice knows that fact. Oh, Mrs. J-Dub's pointing at someone again. I don't get what you're doing, Mrs. J-Dub. Exit stage freaking left. I don't get this. Do you mean like after the colonoscopy you would say, okay, out of here? If she took him to a colonoscopy on their first date, then they were meant to be together because they had a second date. If he said yes to a second date after she took him to a colonoscopy, they were meant to be together. And you know what? I wonder if she actually had a colonoscopy or if she said, I need to go in for a colonoscopy. And then he sat out in an outer waiting room while she came walking out going, oh no, really, I'm fine. I'm tough. I'm strong. I can handle it. I got this. Maybe she just went for a nice long walk in the hospital or something. What was she supposedly 27 years old? I don't know. Do you know anybody at 27 years old who gets a colonoscopy? Do you believe she got a colonoscopy? Do you believe that he's ditzy enough to sit in a waiting room somewhere and she disappears for an hour and she comes back and says, oh, yeah, it was rough, but I'm tough. Take me to McDonald's. I want French fries. My gluten intolerance is in remission. Give me French fries. He would. Or she might say, just drop me off at the door. Come back and pick me up. I've got this. And he'd say, wow, she's really tough. Why would she have a colonoscopy at age 27? Here we go. Cosmic says she put her head in his lap and he sat there and didn't move while she slept. And that's when she knew. Remember, he said he had to go to the bathroom or something, but he still sat there. Happy Angie says, why would they have dueling surgeries? It would make sense if two children both needed to have whatever procedure, back in the day in the late 50s, even early 60s, but not really. I think it was more the 50s. They used to line kids up and take their tonsils out, whether or not their tonsils had to come out, because they thought that was the thing to do. But that was a society thing. That wasn't a one mom thing. The problem I have about the girls getting tubes in their ears on the same day was that she sounded excited about the girls going in for surgery. I'd be freaking out if two of my kids had to have surgery for anything, right? But can you imagine having two kids have surgery, having two of your children having surgery on the same day? Grace says you have them when colon cancer runs in the family. Well, does colon cancer run in the family? And even then, would you have it when you're 27? I mean, okay, let's look at, I guess, under that subheading unbelievable. Let's look at all the unbelievable stuff, right? One person having all of those diseases? Yeah, exactly. Happy Angie on a first date? Exactly. And that's called a date? I don't know. Maybe that's called letting a stranger give you a ride to a weird outpatient procedure. Okay, weird. I just don't believe it. I'm at the point now with discussing this case that I just don't believe most of what we're hearing. I don't believe she had a colonoscopy, and I don't believe that she had whatever long list of whatever. But I do believe that he was gullible enough to probably sit in some waiting room somewhere for an hour or two. And she came sashaying out going, I'm good. Let's go out to dinner now, or, whatever. Okay, here we go, Teresa. Teresa says that her mom, sorry about that, sweetie. Her mom died of colon cancer, so all of the kids have to get colonoscopies at age 40. She was 27. I don't think I don't know. I don't know. But again, this is just me because I have seen so many times that we've been lied to that it's like, no way. And then, did you know I heard it from Cindy Watts herself that diabetes does not run in that family? And yet, that's what we were told. Diabetes runs in his family, and she was worried about him. Well, that's interesting that she's telling people diabetes runs in his family, and Cindy Watts said diabetes doesn't run in their family. Happy Angie says she had a butt fetish or something. It's weird. Something like a poop fetish, too. Grace says, Teresa, yes, my family went through that. I can't identify with that. The only thing I can say is that my mom had some testing done, and then each of us kids got the results of, it was some kind of like genetic stuff. I don't know exactly what it was. And I don't know what it was actually. I just gave the thing to my doctor, and he said it was all good. So that was good. But she did some kind of whatever testing to where they could basically develop, I guess, an opinion on whether or not there was a risk to any of us. And the testing showed that there wasn't. So that's cool. So okay, let's just look at that one alone. Do you think she had a colonoscopy? I don't. I don't think so. Do you think she had lupus? I don't think so. I don't think I've said this yet, but this coffee's really good. Really good. It's kind of rainy here. It's kind of drizzling right now. And I did notice when I went cruising for a little bit while you guys were talking that I didn't shut one of the windows in the car. And I actually freaked out. If I wouldn't have left you guys talking like I did, I would not have gotten in the car. Because you know how I've seen the raccoons and stuff? It's like I can just see me, driving down the highway with a dog getting into some kind of major fight with some kind of raccoon. I could just see it. But I thought I gotta hurry because you guys are talking. Okay, Mrs. J-Dub says the idea of SW having twins, would that be with the first hubby or before? I don't think with the first hubby, I think after. Happy Angie says she's what we call in the medical field a malingerer. Okay, tell me, Happy Angie, a malingerer is somebody who is wanting to make that health professionals believe that they have something, right? It's like where a hypochondriac, I think, is when they think they have something, where they honestly believe they have something, where they, have a rash on their hand and they think it's skin cancer kind of thing, where they go, oh my gosh, look at that rash. Oh my gosh, it's skin cancer. That's, I think, a hypochondriac. But I think a malingerer is when they're saying, oh my goodness, I have, lost my balance and I have this pain wherever and, stuff like that, where they've looked up the crap. We know that a certain someone like to Google certain things, where they look up the crap, they learn the details from the Facebook support groups, right? And then they go to their doctor and they just happen to have all of those details, all of those symptoms. And quite often there's symptoms that cannot be verified or proven not to exist, right? That's one thing I noticed about, it seems, all those claims. They're heavily based on patient reporting the symptoms. I think that's a really good point, you guys. It is offensive to those of us who have loved ones who do have certain diseases to have a case where someone's claiming that she had like 10 of them, but yet she was ready to go sit in the sun. It's offensive, and it's offensive on a level that's hard to describe. I was offended with the comment that she does more than 95% of the other women out there. Because I'm one of those other women who have done a hell of a lot more than any of her videos made it look like she ever did. Or when the scumbag attackers are like, stop obsessing about this case, go get a job. It's like, really? Coming from people who have never worked a flippin' day in their lives, right? And I'm at the point now where I say I accomplished more by the time I was 21 years old than you ever will in your entire life. It is. It's totally offensive. It's disgusting and offensive. Yes, the retired nurse, that was, back early on with all the weird stuff, people attacking, they actually claimed that it doesn't matter if you're really a nurse or not, that nursing is like a generic term, right? And it's okay if you think you're a nurse to call yourself a nurse. I don't think my grandmother would agree with that, who worked very hard to become an RN and who worked very hard as an RN for many decades. I'm thinking she might find a little problem with just any yahoo calling themselves a nurse. So you guys, when am I going to get the house clean, huh? We've got, I would say, probably about 15 minutes left because I've got about 3 things that I want to take care of today with the house because I'm going to be too busy to do it tomorrow. Ooh, happy Angie, good point. In Texas, it is illegal to call yourself a nurse when you're not. Exactly, Grace. Exactly. Angela says I have a long list of illnesses because of a lot of autoimmune. Comes hand in hand. 40. I'm under 5 different consultants for different things. I think it's really sad. If they actually went to a colonoscopy, I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. I think it's possible that they went to a hospital setting or whatever kind of setting, and that Christopher Watts sat there and worried about her. Well, she was probably off at the gift shop blowing time, Here's another consideration. Could it be that she just said to him, hey, I've got this really lucrative business and I use social media and I'm an influencer and I'm a streamer and whatever. And so a lot of times I post things that are kind of out there, right? Maybe she's saying to him, because remember, he saw that house and thought she was actually working and had an income. So maybe she was saying to him that it's all part of her act or something. And maybe she posted then that she went to a colonoscopy and he was just kind of like dumbfounded by her making money off of Facebook. You know what I mean? Maybe all the things about the kids being sick, maybe they didn't really go to the emergency room that many times. Right, exactly. Like maybe she's just saying, this is my role, this is my act. I have my own show, and this is all just part of my act. And then he played along, and maybe she said at some point, you need to take today off work so that way I can say that the kids had to go to wherever, right? Because I've never heard of a guy taking off work when kids have to go to the doctor. If you have two parents and two kids, one of the parents should be able to be working. Right. An online influencer. Maybe she just said, yes, I have my own show, right? I always said it seemed to me like she wanted to be the next Rachel Ray or something. So maybe when she met him, what's the alternative? Is she going to say she works at an auto parts store? Is she going to say she works at some tire place or whatever it was? Would that fit with her, shall we say the word delusion? I don't know. If she was on disability, do you think she would have said, I'm on disability? And think that would be something he would be impressed with? Right? So maybe she's using the whole Facebook thing as her career. And maybe from day one, she was saying, I have my own show, right? And remember, there was a shirt tail relative who was some kind of television actor. So maybe that's how she produced her own little, I'll say the word delusion, I guess. I don't know. And maybe that's what he was buying into the whole time, maybe from day one. Maybe they went for dinner and she said, hey, I have something to tell you. It'll be really difficult for us to date because I have my own show and I have to be careful and I have my fans and I have whatever. And, just so you know, it's all part of the show. Hey, Miss CD, man, you've missed a lot because I was just starting to wind down. I got to get some house cleaning done. And here comes our future bride. I'm teasing you, Miss CD. We do have our new mom here, though, but she's napping right now because the baby went to sleep. Well, I think we can go like another 15 minutes if you want. But think about this, okay? Try to forget everything, like, don't forget it, but set it to the side. Everything we've been told, set it to the side. And try to think about this. What if on their first date, he's like, whoa, what do you do? The whole career, And she said, I have my own show. Yes, I have followers. Yes, I have fans. I have to be careful because, they stalk me. They'll follow me. They'll break into my home. They'll break into my car. So I have to be careful. But, I'm in character when I'm on my show. Okay. Maybe that's why he sat there in his police interview going, oh, yeah, she made really good meals. Yeah, she made good money. So it makes you wonder then, ooh, future rotator cuff surgery. No. I understand that that's something that nobody wishes that. Ooh. Are you sure you have to? Can't you do like the fingers walking up the wall thing? That's the only exercise I can remember. Was the finger, you do the finger crawl up the wall. I don't know. I would think twice, Miss CD, because I hear that's a tough one. Teresa says, how can someone with that many illnesses go on so many vacations? I have back problems and it's hard to go anywhere. Well, I think the quick answer is I don't think she had those illnesses at all. But think about it. What if it was all an act? Maybe it was all an act. Happy Angie says $111. What does that mean? Maybe it was all an act, and maybe she told him about her act right from the start. Busy Mom says that she had rotator cuff surgery back in December, and it was the worst pain that she ever experienced. I've never had rotator cuff surgery, but I did tear my rotator cuff. I had like more than one tears. And my doctor said, you do not want to have surgery. Okay, so what if it was all an act? What if the kids were not actually in the emergency room all of those times that we were told that they were? Okay, here we go. Here are the details. Miss CD says, I had an injection. Ooh, I said no to the injections. I just did all the exercising things. I went to a sports medicine physical therapist who my son drove me to a different city to go to this specialist who was really, really good. And the first thing he wanted to do was give me those shots. And I'm like, no, give me the exercises. And he did. Actually, the next thing he wanted to do was to move my arm in a way that would have given me even further tears. And I said, no, we're not going to move it that far today. And then he gave me the exercises, and I just did the exercises. And it took a long time. It was like 5 or 6 weeks before I could, before I was literally full swing. The brace does help. Okay, I'm thinking of letting it heal on its own. I would ask the question, Miss CD, I would ask this question. If you decide to give it another 3 or 4 or 6 weeks to decide, will that harm anything as far as their chances of being able to repair it better or something? Because if you do the exercises and you see any improvement at all, and if it wouldn't harm anything to delay the decision, then it makes sense, right? To maybe delay the decision at least. Not say forget it. I mean, don't refuse it. Be open to it, but maybe see what exercises could help you get, some improvement going on. Busy Mom says the fingers going up the wall is the worst after surgery. Well, that actually is what helped me the most with my rotator cuff tears, was the fingers up the wall. Miss CD says, I think the massive doses of Benadryl was what was wrong with Bella and Cece. I'm going to tell you guys something. I just witnessed with my own eyes. I just witnessed a situation where a person was put on medications and the person changed doctors and was no longer expected to take those medications. And within just hours, I would say literally hours. I was going to say within just a couple of days, but even before that, within hours of not taking those medications, the person is absolutely fine, absolutely fine. And the person was not fine taking all those medications. So it's pretty interesting. It's amazing and wonderful, and, be thankful. But at the same time, why would somebody have put him on those medications, right? So your comment about the Benadryl, you know, Cindy Watts said that Bella was afraid of everything. She was timid. She had that look in her eyes of sadness and fear. I wonder what she would have been like without Benadryl. I wonder what she would have been like without Tylenol. I wonder what she would have been like without who knows what else she was being given. And I'm not trying to talk against medicine because medicine is good. I'm talking more about why would a person be put on something? And I guess the important thing is to just be so thankful that this person was so strong and said no. Good for him. But who can speak for children? Who could have spoken for Bella and Cece to say no? What's in that nebulizer and why and how often and how is it that two children both need the treatments at the same time? Nebulizers are not meant to be used routinely. They're not. Two kids at the same time? I agree with you, Mrs. J. Dub. Mrs. J. Dub says, can't imagine giving my child Tylenol every day, no matter what. That's crazy. I had something one time. Let me think what it was. Trying to think. It was hard to do the stare thing. I remember. I can't remember. I must have stretched something or something. I can't remember. And I took whatever it was, just over the counter, like an ibuprofen or a whatever. I don't know, whatever the pharmacist probably told me to take because I don't take that crap. And it did help as far as the pain that I was feeling, the temporary, pain I was feeling. That did help. But I didn't feel comfortable taking that. I think I took it for like 3 days. I didn't feel comfortable popping those. I felt like, okay, this is helping the pain that I had as far as my leg. But what's this pill going to do to my stomach, right? If I'm on it for however long. That was just a few days. I cannot imagine giving two little baby girls that crap daily. I can't imagine. And I can't imagine, like, I could not have been a Cindy Watts ever, ever. I would have been like, what are you giving them? Why are you giving it to them? How often do you give it to them? Okay, this is not okay. Who said that that you should be doing this? Well, maybe you need to find a different doctor then. Well, I would be all over that. And here's the other part. We're supposed to be, I don't know how, you remember that book that Hillary wrote, It Takes a Village? Like, we're supposed to be listening to people who love us, right? We're supposed to be listening to people who love our children. We're supposed to be, we don't have to take their advice. We don't have to take their opinions. We don't have to care at all what they say. Parents have rights in this country. But what's happening in our society is I think that more and more younger people are thinking they know everything because they know how to Google it. And if they Google it and they find something about it, then they know, right? Because younger people know everything. No, they don't. They need to reach out to their elders and say, tell me what you know about XYZ. They need to be open to hearing from their elders. They need to care what grandma thinks. They need to care what mom thinks. They need to care what their elderly neighbor thinks. because there's a lot of good information. There is a wealth of information that we can learn from people who are older than we are. It isn't because they're smarter or whatever. And sometimes their ideas and their thoughts might be way out there and we might go, whoa. But let me tell you this, I'm old, okay? I was told things when I was younger that I'd be like, whoa, that sounds kind of interesting. And then 20 years later, I would think, whoa, yeah, you know, and it's kind of a complex issue because we can't make someone hear us or listen to us if we know something, right? And maybe what we know doesn't fit even to that person. But I think we have to somehow help our younger people be more open to at least hearing what older people have to say. Because if you're like me, I love hearing about back in the day, you know? I love hearing stories about our society back in the day. That's how I learn. I would much rather learn from a person who had real life experience back in the day than reading whatever the textbooks want me to believe. Well, okay, let's go back to this idea. What if it was all an act? What if she met Christopher Watson? She said, I'm a famous star, and I'm rich, and I'm beautiful. And if you want to be in my life, then you have to be able to be a star's husband, right? You have to be able to, put my career first because I'm a famous star and I'm helping other people because they follow me. What if he just did that doofus look on his face because he was just playing along for his famous wife? Maybe the girls didn't go to the doctor all the time. Maybe they weren't sick all the time. Maybe it was all an act. And I'm not talking like Megan J. I don't mean that. I'm saying maybe he bought into her being some sort of famous star or famous influencer or famous leader or whatever. And maybe he just played along. Oh yeah, both of the girls were in the emergency room last night. Remember that time when she couldn't remember what the diagnosis was? That's unbelievable, okay? So maybe that was her act for that morning and he was just playing along. Didn't she say one time that he was upstairs giving Cece a steam shower or whatever to help her breathe? People don't do that for asthma, right? You know that. If your child has asthma, you don't run a steam shower. Maybe they were just playing an act. Maybe she was in all those support groups to learn about all this crap. Maybe she was playing an act. And he was standing there with that doofus smile on his face thinking they were rich. I can't imagine a mother not knowing what the diagnosis was in an emergency room the night before for one of her children. I also cannot imagine any parent taking two children into a hospital emergency room and then taking the same two children into a different hospital emergency room. And then I'm talking within a matter of just a couple months, taking the children into a different hospital emergency room. I don't know. I like the word baloney. So maybe it's their act. Maybe he was just following along in her act. How many times do we say, yeah, right, yeah, sure, uh-huh, bullshit, right? Well, maybe that's what it was. And maybe they weren't that good of actors. But there he sat in that police interview. Oh, she's a really good cook. She's a really good cook. She'd feed the kids pizza and noodles because, you know, she always cared about their nutrition. So she fed them pizza and noodles. Yes. What's this with school? It's called daycare. Exactly. But they had to go to the very best school. Maybe he actually thought they had money coming in. I don't know. Maybe she was one of those who said something like how she was getting a contract soon, you know? She was soon going to be the next Angelina Jolie, right? Chicken nuggets. There you go. Nutrition 101. Yes, fried pizza, but nothing was fried. And what was that with the egg? How to peel an egg? How to peel an egg? Exactly. Yes. Good one, Miss CD. She said the kids are in school, so I'm winning. Don't forget the marshmallows and the noodles. And you know, when this case first hit the headlines, we heard how she was into all of these health, you know, she was so health conscious and always feeding the kids natural, you know, all this stuff. Really? When? I don't know. Are marshmallows natural? I don't know. I guess so at some level. And so is the atom bomb. Right. She did her eggs in the rice cooker because that way she could peel them easily. And that way she could do a video and teach you how to peel them. I'm sorry, if you want a cooking show, you should probably be past the point of how to peel an egg. Lydia says, don't forget hot diggity dogs and the Thrive bars. Busy Mom reminds us. I agree. I didn't see anything at all in any of those videos that came close to her mother's cooking. And actually, I hope her mother does very well with her cooking channel because people were saying how she wasn't going to do it for a while or something. But from the looks of it, and this is, I haven't seen only, I'd say 2 different ones, but people have been telling me how it's like regular food, regular meals, and how you can do it like on a budget kind of thing. That is something of value for people. I think it's a great channel if it can offer helpful recipes and encouragement for people who are trying to feed a family on a budget. That's great. I think it's a good energy going, you know. But yeah, compare those cooking videos with anything that Christopher Watt's wife produced. I don't think Christopher Watt's wife was the cook in the family. Yes, that the 2 that I watched, it does. You're right, Busy Mom. The food actually looks really good. And that's the part of this that I think is interesting when you compare Christopher Watt's wife's little cooking routine. It was like she didn't know what to do. She looked lost in the kitchen. She looked lost, where her mother looks absolutely like, you know, anything she's talking about in her in her cooking videos, you can tell she knows what she's doing. The food is good. And to me, I think, and I feel the same way, you know, I've said it before, like Alice's channel. I think if they find their niche and run with it, I think that Christopher Watt's mother-in-law has found her niche with the cooking channel. And I think she should run with it. Lisa fell asleep and the dog woke her up. So she's back right when we're about to take off because I got to get my work done. I have to get my work done. So I think I might be able to do another one this weekend. I might not, but I might. So, and you guys know how easy I am. If you send me an email and say right now is a good time for a live chat, I'll probably do one. So I don't know what time half the time, but I've kind of come to the point of realizing that it doesn't really matter what time, you know? Pretty much I think maybe it's good to scatter the time frames too, because that way we don't get the people who are wanting to just line up to call us, ugly and fat and all that stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, busy mom. I am sorry, but I was very, very busy, super busy, and I'll be able to tell you about it at some point. I went through a very interesting experience helping another person, and it's I don't know what word to use except very interesting because it's actually very frightening to think that what I have witnessed is actually going on in our world. It's very frightening. But I'm so thankful that he was able to stand up for his rights and stand up for his freedom and stand up for his own voice. And I guess I have a sadness at the same time for the people who aren't able to, knowing, the stuff that I've seen in just not only the last couple of weeks, but even the last few months, and knowing that this is going on in our world. And I just think, what kind of world do we live in? Lisa says, see above for a sec. Let me look. No, I haven't. Are you kidding me, Lisa? I haven't. No pun intended, but that hasn't been scrubbed yet. Because anytime we talk about anything that would be, negative, then it seems to me like it disappears, right? Yeah, the thing is, if you put it right out there, it'll disappear quickly. That's one thing we learned like about 6 months, 9 months into it, is that if we linked up stuff like that, then poof, it'd be gone. Or people will show up in a chat and they'll say, tell me where you found that? Can you tell me where you found that? If someone's asking you to tell you where you found something, feel free to just ignore it, because a lot of times I think people are trying to act like your buddy and to ask exactly where you found something so then they can go scrub it. Okay, you guys, let's go ahead and say see you later so I can get my work done. And I am going to be sharing with you some of what I've witnessed in the last couple of weeks. I just have to I'm going to write about it first and kind of consider, because it's not my story to tell. So I want to be very protective so that I'm not, saying something that I don't want to say anything at all that would violate somebody else's right to privacy. But I will say this. I really think we should all be very diligently, I don't know if that's the right way to say it. We should be diligent in making sure that those who we care about and those who are around us, we should be keeping a watchful eye that people are able to have their voice and that we stand beside them if their voice is weakened for any reason, that we stand beside them and so they can know that they do have support and that their voice is to be heard, and that we want to hear their voice and that we want to help them expect others to hear their voice too. So I'll just leave it at that for now, and we'll talk more about that later. But thanks for hanging in there even when I disappeared on y'all. I mean, every single day I'm like, oh, I should do a live chat. And then I'm like, I just can't right now. I'm too busy. Sorry. I actually had 3 nights in 1 week that I didn't even sleep because I was so busy. I would sleep like 3 hours, because it'd be 2 or 3 before I'd be getting to sleep, and I'd be up and at 'em early in the morning. So okay, let's go ahead and wrap this up, and everybody have a wonderful day. Get lots done, and I don't know, crank the music up on loud and dance a little bit, even if you have to clean house. Ugh. That's what I'm going to do as soon as we click off this live chat. I'm going to turn on the music and get my work done. So I'll try to do this again this weekend. If not, it'll be early in the week. I'll hop back on. So I'm glad y'all came, and I'm glad we had such a weird conversation as usual. And if you're new here, you are welcome to be a Bob, but don't ask us what that means because we won't tell you. You just have to hang out and figure it out for yourself. So everyone have a great day, and let's do this again soon. Should I do it? Should I say the be safe, be healthy and happy, and know that you are loved by a bunch of Bobs, where LOL means lots of love.